Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は161日目です。It is day 161. Alright, we're coming out of our level up. So, I think most of the items here, like 90, close to 100. And we have a few extra bonuses thrown in. Alright, let's get to it. Usually these days are a little bit slower. Take our time, go through the routine of getting the new stuff from yesterday settled in. Alright.
Jihen.
Yeah. Uh... This is the... There's two of these, right? I don't know which one this is, but... Okay, it's incident, but I think I might have to like add a strange occurrence or an unusual occurrence. Yeah.
Dakyo
Dakyo Oops. What?
Hayai.
I don't know what I typed there. Oh. Wait. Oh. I wanted to add quick. Alright, that's fine. We'll add it next time. If it comes around.
Kaihou suru.
Kaihou suru. Okay. That was a gut feeling. That's fine.
Henka.
Henka. Huh.
Kaeru.
Kaeru. Okay. Okay.
Henshi.
Henshi. Oh. Yeah. English. This is
Tegaru.
Tengaru. A bit off. Oh, simple and easy. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Nachun. No chun. I mean no chun. What is it? Okay. All right. Bugaboo. uh. Oh. What? Uh-oh. Oh. What? What? Wait, what? I must have typed. I have to be typing something incorrect.
Bunpo.
I might have typed multiple times. Probably like pon multiple times. Oh, wait. That's not that. Wait. I guess, yes.
閉める
Menu.
Orime.
Orime. Okay, there's
返事
Enji. I think this is an unusual incident. That's why I added this too. Okay. It's a crutch. I know.
希望する
Ibosu.
Yakusuru 約束する
Yakusuru.
橋
Ashi.
殺す
Korosu. Oh, that's not that.
銀
Give something else. Something about like bamboo sky or bamboo heaven. Let's go with gut feeling. Oops. Nope. Went for it. Oh, wait. I think they went straight to Kun for this, right? What? What? Thinking of something. This character has the last laugh. Oh, that must be a typo. What are you? What were you? I have no idea. I have no idea what the right thing was in this. Okay, so we got like books, ground, hat. I got Lin. Lin is stuck in my head. Lin. I don't know how your thing worked. Just a bunch of... Yeah. That's fine. Gotta use the line. Oh. Oh.
行列
Got it.
記念日
Inenbi. It's the R. A what? Okay. Rule. No more than 10. 10 precisely.
福島
Quan. Quan is still Quan. Oops.
不法
Uho. Drew a blank on this yesterday after the wrap up. What was the right thing? Winter. No. Right. So. Okay.
緑色
Enjoy. This was a little different. Oops.
支払い
Iharai. What? Oh, okay. Fine.
殺人
Tatsujin. Oh, wait. Uh-huh. Oops. Huh. Like the gate with the horns, the heaven, but the gate, the horns must be okay. Okay. Okay, happy and happiness. All right. All right, buddy. Okay. Okay.
皆さん
Minasan.
銀行
Ginko.
銀色
Giniro. Yesterday we had a really funny thing about this thing. I was reading the mnemonic for this kanji, and one of the people that I know pointed out that the cadence matched a really old song that I'm also aware of, and they clipped it, and I played it back. It's like, yep, that definitely matches to that song. That's Amore. I didn't even notice. Kind of funny. This is forever gonna be ingrained into my brain. Okay. Stare. Blinded. Okay.
基本的
基本的 Is it just connect instead of connect? Oh, connection. Not that. Oh, I might have done this incorrectly. I was gut feeling something about. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Wait, I don't understand Q. Oh, right. Go with gut feeling.
Hen.
Hen. Those are not swim fins. What are they? Valley.
頑丈
Anjo. Anjo. Okay.
動的
移動的。Oh no. This is a... Okay. So I got 20 things, you know, in your head. Your private. 20 dialects. Where are we going with the 20 dialects? What? Yeah, like to make harder or something? We're scooting this. that one's kind of rough. Oh no, I have "g" stuck in my head. Yesterday I had a problem with "g." And now, what is the Japanese one kind of sit really well. Oops. Wait. Wait. Maybe it doesn't. Oh wait, I screwed up.
不合格
不合格。不合格。お、
外来
外来。What? What?
丈夫
丈夫。Sorry. Oh no. I lost this one yesterday too. Okay. What am I looking at?
不完全
不完全。完全。Did this change? No. Right? Oh. What? Alright, we're moving this to the end. Something changed about it.
映画館
映画館. Okay.
お酒
Okay. This one changed too. Oops. Hmm? Well, oh,
天井
Enjo.
美術館
Yutsukan. Oh, right. It can be a museum. Whoops. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Museum is... It's... That's fine. Trust gut feelings. For now. Why? Yi. What is Yi?
Ryōrinin
Yori.
Origami
Origami.
Jidōsha
Dosha. It is, but they prefer this. Hmm. Whoops.
生じる
Dojiru. Wait. Dojiru. Right. Gotta do the like inanimate versus animate thing. Yep. I need the onyomi for this. It's the first onyomi for this guy. What? What? I thought that was it. Alright, we're just gonna pass this for now. Special. Oh boy. Alright. Spicy. Endorphins. Oh no, that's more like a competition thing. Ooh. This is different. Oh, this one.
竹
Take. Take is great because it combines with bamboo. It's overlapping with something already established. The most powerful things are associated with things you've already established. Oh, no, wait.
残す
残す。
入館料
入館料。ね。入館料。
芸術家
芸術家。
返す
返す。记术。技术是什么？
技術
技術。Why did I type that? I don't think so, right?
旅館
旅館。Huh. Okay.
緑
緑。Raccoon. I went with short. What was the anti-building joke? Anti-building. Excuse me. Oh, right.
卒業する
卒業する。卒業する。is... Oops. Okay. Not soon. Okay. That's supposed to be a hat? A hat. The hat wanna ski to something. Key to the plan.
自殺
Isatsu. Oh,
悪化
Akka. Bad change? Oh. What?
大変
Aihen. Nope.
水銀
Suikin. Special Machiai Shitsu? Oops.
待合室
Excuse me. Nice.
仏像
Utsuzo. Hako. How did the Hako work again? Oh, I remember now. What? Oh,
信仰
Shinko.
勇気
Yuki.
暗殺
Ansatsu. Gut feeling. No. Oh wait. Gut feeling.
問い合わせる
Oiawasaru. Oiawasaru. How does this work? Mecha ni toiawasaru yo. A what? Problem. Definitely. Oh, to inquire or to like interview or something. So make it to inquire. Yeah, that's fine.
Henjin
Engine. Break. Gut feeling? Oh, gut feeling failed. Alright, let's run through this. No, gut feeling didn't.
折れる
Oreru.
Katameru
Katameru.
Hoho
Ho. Product. It's I'm just gonna go with gut feeling. Nope. Alright, so what can we do with product? Product. This one was my like next to last, not getting. This was mid. Oh, that was a typo.
卒業式
卒業式。卒業式。Oops. Okay. All right. So how this is not making something hard. This is something else. Like I keep doing this because I'm thinking of lifting weights, but that's not it. But it's kind of like lifting weights, but you're stacking them up. And then how do I... Well, what does that do with stacking up? It's kasaneru. 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 Give me. Oh. Ooh. Guess that's Spanish didn't really line up with the stacking, huh? Stacking boxes. All right, stacking boxes. And then something special about this, which I can't seem to put my finger on, unless I messed up. Oh, it's because it's the lesser read. It's the less common read of this. It's did I type Joel instead of Shoal? I probably typed Joel instead of Shoal.
首相
Shoal. And it... So I am not quite sure about the onyomi. I'm positive the right is Zai. Something about shoots.
取材
Is that just what I guess for the materials? Oh, what is this? To interview, to gather data, to gather materials, cover an event. Data collection, covering an event. Yeah, okay. Shoots, just featuring all kinds of shoots. Right, shoots, ladders, snakes, shoots, and ladders. Garbage shoots. Alright. That was okay. I think that's pretty decent. These follow-up days are very agreeable. Maybe because the volume is crunched down really hard. All right. Oh, got my. It's okay. What was rough? We had like 3 or 4 rough ones, right? That's not too bad. That's pretty normal. Three out of 100. Pretty all right. I would say I would start to get worried. I would start to get worried if I drop below 90%. Start to get worried at 90%. I would be worried. I would be worried if I drop below 80%. So that means it'll fix this. It'll indicate it on itself, because if I shift 20 things to the end, then I'm just hitting a wall. I'm hitting like a grinding wall where I stop forming connections. But for now, today was like what, 3 or 4? That's pretty okay. I think within 10 is pretty tolerable for every 100. That one day, there was one day where I moved like 20 things and it felt like eternity because I got stuck on 20 things. But during that day, we had like 360 reviews. So it's still, I don't think I would do more. If I get stuck and it exceeds, I'm gonna say if it exceeds 20%, I gotta change up the stuff. But it hasn't happened yet. We haven't really dropped below 90%. And that's 90% without having to think about it. So far, keeping above 90%. Like most of the 90% is reliant on just jerk reflex from everything that I do. I mean, obviously, yesterday I had a discussion with someone who's really adamant on podcasts, right? 2 people who are really adamant on podcasts, and I totally understand. I still think an overemphasis on listening is great for individuals who don't really like listening to things, but for myself, I prefer vlogs, largely because I like to connect something visual with the speaking. So when someone's like strolling in the park, I want to see the park. I want to see someone in the park, like pointing at objects and stuff. But I do have to admit, now I've always kind of curious if there was a time when I was younger. I feel like most of these people are younger than me. I always felt that I had problems imagining things, like picturing things in my head. But I think that has changed maybe in the last 5 years. Actually, this person that I was talking to yesterday, I doubt that is a problem because they want to be an animator. And they've been drawing for 10 years. So I don't think this person has any form of aphantasia or anything like that, or have any form of limitations. So it's interesting that they would advocate for podcasts over like vlogging. There's still easy vlogging things too, but I don't really pick a content based on its ease or difficulty. I just pick content if it's interesting. And if I can remain active in it, I can extract information over time. Nowadays, I think I have enough foundations in fundamentals and a pretty solid foundation in Japanese where I can ascertain the meaning as long as I remain interested. And yeah, it was an interesting conversation yesterday. Listening is my primary skill, I would say. Like, I think it's indispensable now. Where I prefer to listen to books. I prefer to, it's a strong preference. I think reading comes at the expense of writing. If I have some reason to write something, like a review, write a piece on, I don't know, a video game or something, those are my largest incentives to contextualize when I would use a target language. Listening is definitely something I do more than anything else at the moment. I guess I was a little bit like, yeah, okay, yep, listening It's good. It's convenient. It's still going to be pretty fun. The idea from yesterday was pretty... I like the idea of having, like, if you're going to have to work out to like a workout routine, you might as well pick up a workout routine in your target language. The nice thing about that to me is it's visual, and like a workout routine is literally it has to be like 90% of the time visual. So whenever someone's doing an action, you can associate the word with the action. I think to me, if I were to like immerse or use things of immersion, I would use as many quote unquote crutches or aid as I can. So seeing, listening, hearing, or like, sorry, seeing and hearing together, as opposed to listening only. I think that's a little bit of a hyper focus, but big but, if you know you're really under practice in a specific skill, hyper focusing on it or focusing on it can provide great dividends. Like, for example, some people could be visually distracted all the time, or like if you know you have a propensity to be distracted by visuals instead of actively listening, that's fair enough. Or if you're someone who's very well aware that when you see a ball, you don't decide to hear ball, you just see a ball, so you think of a ball, right? Tama, right? See a ball and you just think tama, and then you didn't hear, you decide not to listen to the person say ball, so you can like adjust your tama to the person saying. That's fair. And honestly, if I had to take a gamble, that is probably why, or a big reason why, that artist person that I met yesterday believed that the podcast has created a significant listening to podcasts has become a very significant improvement in their comprehension. They might, due to the nature of their experiences, that they spend a lot of time visualizing and looking, that when they're actively trying to comprehend something by listening, it's engaging all their neurons, like it's making it effortful, right? So I do say that I'm quite the opposite. I get quite a lot lazier when I'm listening to something. So that's where I was sharing about interpretation. I have this very refined use of hearing and understanding that doesn't encourage me to work harder, but work less harder, because when you're really practiced, you got to find that balance. Like, are you working harder or are you working easier? As in, like, are you working more efficient? Often got to push the envelope a little. So I need to find something that would get me in touch with my active listening again, which does involve finding a podcast if I were to go the podcast route for that. Nowadays, though, most of my listening is to dialogue. I like listening to dialogue, so I'm very hyper focused on listening to specific dialogue as opposed to someone's monologue. I think one of the limitations, or one of the things I have to keep in mind, that podcasts are structured very differently. When they talk, it's structured very differently from listening to couples argue, or listening to couples like send jokes at each other, or talking about doing groceries and stuff. That's or compromising and negotiating how groceries are done, or people saying things like, oh, Japanese people do this, Malaysians do this, in different languages, in their respective languages. I think that is something that still really interests me, because I'm interested in people's lives. But podcasts oftentimes is more dissemination of information. Like what I'm doing right now is a mix of podcasting, more like explanatory, explicit things where you monologue to someone, or you monologue and then you allow someone else to monologue. Like they're exchanging information. And that to me is something that I find very comfortable. But I also have a habit of summarizing. So when someone monologues for like 30 minutes, I would try to summarize it, and it can make me very, very complacent. So I could lose and stick to my normal patterns. So that's kind of where I was a little bit refractory. I was not as receptive to the podcast suggestion yesterday. It would require a podcast that piques my interest. I think simple listening is not particularly interesting enough for me, but dialogue is. And I do not believe podcast often represents conversational dialogue. It requires a situational improvisation, as opposed to scripted and planned discussion like this. Like this comment that I'm making right now in the last 10 minutes is something that I thought about yesterday after the stream, and I'm trying to summarize it in 10 or so minutes. These things are planned, and it doesn't require another person interacting with another person. It's scripted dialogue, or it's practiced and rehearsed dialogue, which is my most comfortable position, especially in English. Rarely, though, I believe this is the thing that people are looking for. However, I believe that a vast majority of people don't actually engage with this type of speech pattern even in their native language, because it's not, as much as someone says, oh, podcast is on the uptrend and stuff, it pales in comparison to the amount of time on other types of content, like hot takes, people yelling at each other, exclamatories, lots of jibber jabber, that type of thing. Podcasts had been on the rise a bit ago, but they're actually on the decline now. Podcasts, for the sake of language learning, represents a very small subset, and the podcasts that have staying power are involved in a controversial dissemination of echo chamber information. So most of the very controversial, divisive podcasts are the most popular types of format. But if you're going to sit through someone who explains the nature of culture, or the ambivalence of climate change, on those things are still relatively niche. They have been consistently there for some time, but those type of formats aren't the normal activities of most people. And I do feel that if you use that as a target language thing, like, I need to learn about climate change, right? Or the current events of climate change, I might as well do that. And then you go to a podcast in a target language. Not only are you firing on the neurons of trying to listen to your target language, you are also listening to the target language in the context of something you want to learn. So you want to learn doubly. And I think that is a really great way to do it. And then it's also engaging in something that you possibly don't do very often. I personally am biased towards encouraging people, if they're going to learn something, they can layer the learning, and having the intent to learn while also using your target language is exceptional. Unfortunately, I would say this is double-edged. So when you continue to listen to things that you're very, like,
incredibly familiar with, it may also lead to a complacency that may take away from how active you are. And for example, hearing the same phrases over and over again may take you out of it, that kind of thing. So it's kind of a tricky thing. But whatever, in the end of the day, I would say finding something that makes it so that you don't feel like you're occupying your time in order to relax and practice is great. And then when I need to learn, I disagree with I think I disagree with this prevailing myth. I think it's a myth or a misconception that adults do not require conscious thought to engaging with content in order to accelerate their learning. So what I mean by that is there's a very strong pushback, or maybe an overemphasis. I'm saying it's both, not necessarily one or the other, but there's a overrepresentation of individuals believing that as you grow older, the key to learning things is to to make it as much of a passive process as possible when you're learning, and that leads to passive learning. And passively learning things like listening to the same podcast for a really long time, getting used to someone's pattern, it's great at first, and then it becomes complacent. So your rate of comprehension and interest may wane over time. Naturally, a way to moderate this and balance this is to continue to explore, right? It's a balance of exploring something and iterating on something long enough, then iterating on it again through the exploration of something else. So for myself, I am definitely, from time to time, I look at the podcast categories. I try to see if the people I randomly encounter in the wild has something of interest to me. That active searching for something in a target language is also very conducive to making someone really active in knowing what they're looking for. Like, for example, adults, in my opinion, instead of winging it and thinking everything is passive like a child, an adult that has an intent of looking for something, a motivation, like a friend wants you to do this, that type of obligation is probably the foundation of success. Being obligated to intently look for something. So when you want to move to Japan, you got to intently be able to know what you're doing and looking for to get to Japan. So most of the time when someone asks me, maybe someone that I believe is a lot younger than me, I typically like to ask them how and what did they do before and what are they going to do now or the near future. Largely because I think I don't talk to people like they're children most of the time. I typically want to know how far along have they thought about it, because for me, I think for myself, when people offer suggestions and stuff, it has to come from a position. It often has to come from a position that this person has clear vision and clear intent in understanding what they're saying to me. To me, that's a great, excellent way to either start doing it or being a little bit more direct about how I handle suggestions and advice. I believe that most of the people who I surround my life with are individuals who are incredibly hopeful, open for spontaneous and emergent coincidences in life. However, they are incredibly planned, intended people. So the older they get, the more intent that they have when they do things. Like free time is deliberate. Deliberate but welcoming to observation. So when you start to learn a language, you're not learning necessarily to be proficient at any specific thing. You're learning for the sake of learning it as best as you can because you have committed time to it. So oftentimes I do kind of try my hardest to balance or offer differing perspectives, largely because it's not necessarily who has the best idea or who has a worse idea. It's the idea that there are ideas as opposed to a idea or an idea, a singular idea. So podcasts leads to vlogs. Vlogs also can lead to things. Crafts are in the area of seminars. Seminars can lead to open reading. I think open reading is fantastic too, where you listen to someone read a book. So not necessarily the same as reading the book for its content, but having a particular author or a particular reader read and narrate. Very specific people might sound incredibly pleasant and useful in that way, or differentiating between how people read the same book. So I think yesterday the whole comment about a perfect accent or a good accent or indistinguishable from native accent, that's kind of the perspective that I find a little bit premature. I think there's one thing that helps with that type of perspective: age and experience with different languages. One in adults or a person doesn't have to appreciate the idea that that type of comment is very reflexive of someone who's inexperienced in life yet. But with age and time and then cultured, right, becoming cultured, you realize that whenever you say things that deal with human distribution, generally assigning like decisions based on characteristics that do not in reality have a standard, is evidence, in my opinion, of someone's growth as a person. So what I'm saying is, when someone tells me as a way to illustrate their suggestion is that relatively speaking, this person has an excellent thing compared to a standard, I need clarification on that standard. Largely because when someone says it's indistinguishable, or as in suggesting it's the best or the perfect example of something, I need more details about that something. Largely because if one becomes cultured, the inclination is to not use that type of language, largely because there isn't one. There isn't an ideal accent or an ideal way of sounding when it comes to the breadth of language or expression in general. That's often, in my opinion, the point of view of someone who has a much smaller world for now, right? It's someone who could probably say, this art is better than that art. This video game is objectively better in its creation than the other game. Like, yes, sort of, maybe. I can kind of understand that. I think trying to quantify subjectivity, I think accents fall under that same thing. So I don't typically resonate very much with when someone suggests something and they think that it may help me appreciate what a good accent is or a perfect accent. Growing up in well, we speak English, right? A lot of, I would say the vast majority of the world now would have some exposure to English thanks to the advent of the internet, where English is the default language. I'm not suggesting it's a default language outside the internet or very specific internets, but this particular internet that we're in, right, on or using, that exposure, in my opinion, when it comes to a target language, when you're learning something other than English, often over time would be often sufficient to understand that going around saying what is the perfect accent or a good accent requires qualification. What do you find that you want to sound like? That is probably how I would think of someone who is much older and understand what they're going for. And I needed that clarification yesterday, because even then it's not sufficient. Like, I guess that person mentioned 2 people, and then being evaluated by other native speakers, right? Other native speakers, but I don't know where the native speakers come from. For all that is said, you could have a bunch of people who have Kanto accents evaluating someone who has a Kansai accent, or even more eclectic, like areas from people from Kyushu or Hokkaido, and those accents wouldn't be perfect then. They would be very distinguishable, actually. And even then, I haven't learned that Japanese. I don't know how to sound like someone from Kansai area or up in Hokkaido, right? I imagine you can slightly distinguish between Okinawan as well. So that's me being interested tangentially as a foreigner on the outside to Japanese culture. There's more. It's kind of funny because WaniKani mentioned this by a coincidence yesterday for this particular character right here. Dialect? Hello? One of these is dialect, right? I'll get to it soon. Which one is dialect? Oh, right here. So this character, right? And there are more than 20 dialects in Japan alone. So the idea is it's kind of humorous that or accents, like we're talking about dialects here, but even accents, right? And then using the native speakers as a form of encouragement for a particular podcast is humorous, largely because we are using English, and English is probably arguably one of the largest groups when it comes to accent variants, right? And I often wonder what it's like what is required for someone to confidently say that someone evaluating someone else, like a group evaluating another group on accents, suggesting that that's a desirable thing. Like, is there a way that the person can describe the accent in order to communicate to another person what is it that they mean when it comes to it's an indistinguishable native accent? Like, I'm not too clear on what that sounds like, right? Especially if you really like a target language and then you start listening to people's voices and stuff, and you realize that they are distinguishable by many regions and accents too. So that was an interesting thought yesterday that I had. Like, I don't know how to describe that. The way I can describe someone's accent is I pick someone and I ask them, can you listen to this person speak? that is a pleasing accent to me. I think that is what I associate with a specific accent, right? But in no way does that make it a measure of a desirable metric for like perfection or for mastery. I don't think things like that require. I'm not a person who resonates with that. It's very similar to me looking at a piece of artwork and I would evaluate, oh, that is what everyone else is doing now, so therefore that's good artwork. Probably isn't evaluated that way. And I think it's very similar to language learning. I think the funny coincidence here is I believe I was talking to an artist, and it kind of makes me chuckle a little because humans are very peculiar in the way that you can definitely distinguish between someone who is more worldly because of time, right? Time and experience, and those who aren't. The way they view the world can be expressively small and expressively expressively small but optimistic, or it could be expressively large but closed off. And this one, I think this one is going to be interesting. I look forward to seeing what happens in the future if we continue to speak. I really genuinely enjoy speaking to people who have open aspirations, constantly doing things. It's very nice. And that was a little bit of a summary of what happened yesterday. This gave me a lot of thoughts and pause for particular things that I cannot express. One of the things that I cannot express at the moment, or very not that great, is how do I convey the idea that choosing things that are of a matter of taste may not necessarily translate to clarity, or downstream consequences of making particular acquaintances and communication that you may desire. Like, does having a particular, I don't know the answer, I'm asking these type of questions to myself right now. Does modeling yourself to a particular accent make you distinctively clearer that lead to more open opportunities like making friends and acquaintances? Or does it do the opposite? Now, if I were to take it from a foreigner perspective in Japan, perhaps if you sound like everyone else, that would make you likely, because it's for all intents and purposes, I would consider Japan a more conformist society. So that checks out. There's this emphasis on being very indistinguishable from each other. And yet my westernized value system would suggest, despite being in a conformist forward society, what sticks out to humans' attention tends to be the slight variations and the slight distinguishedness within an indistinguishable thing. So I don't know if there are counter arguments for this, right? Like, what is it that drives personal taste and entertainment in Japan? Eccentricity still, right? It's undeniable that eccentricity is what creates personal relationships, in my opinion. there is a foundation of consistency, but when it comes to the matter of taste and home activities, you would say that Japan actually has a resounding impression from a foreigner perspective, that eccentricity is something to be championed, you know. So my thought was, this person wanted to make friends and leave an impression. I don't know how Japan's hiring process is and whatnot, but ultimately it's a mixed bag, especially the animation industry, right? My inclination is that the animation industry, especially anime and stuff, is incredibly successful, not necessarily because they embrace eccentricity. So on the one hand, it's often the consistency of the product that has made the Japanese industry, especially the animation industry, very consistent in westernized economy, right? The westernized audience. That's one of the biggest market share. Regardless of how, if everyone had purchasing power in Japan, it still holds a candle. Like, it barely holds a drop to the target audience. And I was thinking of this person's aspirations for animation. I feel that anime has this consistent eccentricity. Now, is that an example of conformity, or is that an iterative design, or is that a evidence for consistent eccentricity, right? As in being different and appreciating distinctions. I always wondered what it would be like, or how successful people become in making particular friends when they move into another culture. Largely because that's kind of what I think about most of the time. What is it like to interact with people of a different culture at a later point in your life? I feel like if I had to be a little direct, I feel like I do that every single day. Like right this moment, what I'm doing here and what I'm talking and what I'm doing on Twitch and recording things on YouTube, I am not necessarily behaving my whole self, but it is genuinely a part of me. Now, it would be interesting to get closer to someone who objectively or like subjectively really am interested. Like, I don't have a personal friend who's if I ask them, they're like, oh, they're going to abandon their current identity in order to transplant themselves into and assimilate a different culture wholeheartedly, right? For myself, I usually have friends who are cultured in the natural way of things, where they would be able to behave appropriately in various situations, and that deals with like the act of professionalism and maturity, right? Instead of looking for an ideal situation, you look for sufficient situations in order to not to compromise yourself wholeheartedly. So assimilation is one thing, adaptation is a different thing, right? And that's interesting. I quite like the idea of going to Japan for maybe a year or two and see what it's like, but I don't particularly think I have this connection with other people about their excitement regarding unconditionally assimilating another culture. I feel that whenever I talk about that, I'm a little bit muted, or the excitement's a bit muted. I see pros and cons, or I see conflicts and conflicts of interest and concurrent coincidences of cultural commonalities when you're going. So going to another country to experience their culture can be not as exciting, but also interesting. So it's not exciting, but it's interesting. It's something to do. When I talk to my friends and I go out in the world or stay at home, I'm constantly changing ways of interacting with people. So to me, it's a very regular thing. And I don't think I can not do that anymore. It's kind of like, how do I suddenly forget not to do that when I do it every day? So now I'm getting a chance or the opportunity to talk to a lot of people who this will be their, in my opinion, this will be their first time to commit to adopting or wholeheartedly assimilating a different culture, and a lot later in life, which is the very same thing as learning a language for the second time later in life. The difference about a heritage speaker is you technically acquire 2 languages at minimum simultaneously at a time when you are largely pretty much obligated to do so out of necessity, right? Now, culture is very similar to that. Culture, part of culture is language. So you start talking to a lot of people who says, oh yeah, I understand this. Like, yeah, this could be a problem, but I'll go there and do it just to find out. I love that. Like, it was a breath of fresh air to hear or get an opportunity to meet people who still continue to say, oh yeah, there's these things, but I'm gonna go get the experience, and then that experience will help me adapt to it. So overall, in the wonderful things, regardless of brainstorming, theory crafting and stuff, the idea of being able to do things and know that you can make it work out, that's, in my opinion, that's a recipe for success. Nevertheless, it's interesting to hear how people compartmentalize a culture, in the sense of they're undergoing transitions as opposed to integration. So like, how do you understand the Japanese culture? You start by believing that you can assimilate everything of another culture while excluding most of the things that you already have. And to me, that is a very unusual approach to learning things or learning additional things. Oftentimes, when you're becoming more cultured or more worldly, you try to learn something, but also integrate it with what you already know. So, a great example of this is someone who says, you still have adults who do this for sure. It's one of those things, they want to forget what they used to do. They tend to abandon what they do because they're moving to a better place, or they're going to do better things, and therefore there isn't any value or less value to before. So like, forgive, forget kind of thing. Kind of like my conversations about health, like health insurance, like healthcare. It's a mixed bag, but I recently had a conversation about healthcare as well, where it's a mixed bag when you think about universal healthcare versus, like, oftentimes the United States get the double standard when it compares to universal health standard, and that deals with an understanding of population statistics and how business works. There are pros and cons to both systems, but largely the idea why they exist and continue to coexist in a bigger world is largely because there's probably other interacting factors that may not have been considered to someone who only considers one system. And that is still a cultural thing. And that's kind of why these conversations are very helpful for me to understand things that never experienced, or possibly, yeah, I don't think I'll ever experience them anymore. I can't empathize with that excitement or feeling to follow someone who thinks that human expression has an ideal presentation, right? That goes with language. Nevertheless, it is something that I encounter on a daily basis. Yeah. Thought I throw in something because today this seems like a very nice day to throw in a little bit of tidbit. I'm thinking about at the moment I'm thinking about writing some of this stuff as a reflection on openly sharing and participating in language learning in various ways and talking about it with other people. Got a lot of interesting anecdotes, and largely those are for inspiration purposes. There's no real agenda in terms of whether I'm trying to promote diversity or alternative multiculturalism. There's not really an agenda. The idea is I think these topics are super interesting to talk about, and they might encourage or be a point that allows people to be interested in learning or interacting with a different culture, while at the same time, as a consequence, that also involves learning their language, right? So at least that's what keeps me motivated each day. Whether I'm talking to myself, which is most of the time, right? 90% of the time I'm monologuing to myself, I harness the occasional interaction with someone, and that occasional interaction allows me to use that as a source of inspiration to reflect on how I think about things. This is how I think about things. It's a great reflection about even the smallest, perhaps to some other people, insignificant meeting with a stranger can inspire me to think about a lot of things that I can either improve, change, or add to my enrichment. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to wrapping session up today. What time is it? 8 p.m. All right. Harmonics. Let's go. We have attach, valley, bass, drum, zombie. I'm also doing this intentionally to break up the tedium and adding, or like breaking up the cadence of the review, and I'm also giving a little spacer between when I did the review and then this. It's a thing to kind of offset, making it feel like I'm, I don't know, grinding a very long session of practice. Yeah, we should go over these again. So we have, still don't know what this has to do with yogurt, but let's look at what this has to do with yogurt. How do they pigeonhole yogurt into it? This Wolverine has a strange palate, however it likes to turn its turkey into turkey yogurt after the hunt every weekday. And what was the mnemonic for this? I skipped over this mnemonic because I already know that, like, this is something that is ingrained. Like, it's everywhere. So, as the sun rises over the hills, the ferocious Wolverine stalks a turkey on a weekday morning. The Wolverine hunts turkeys for a living, but on the weekends, he likes to play racquetball at the local gym. That's why the turkey is getting hunted on a weekday, and then for whatever reason he's turning the turkeys into turkey yogurt. A Wolverine, all right. Show. We won't look at all these. This is probably a monster. What are you? Cake. Hindu. Sue. There's another. I should do the other one too. Su and Shu. They didn't cover Shu, but Shu would be shoot. I'm rehearsing, I'm practicing my keywords, the WaniKani keywords, largely out of intellectual curiosity. Oh. Cucumber. Plus, there's still a lot more WaniKani left, so forward investment. The forward investment. Yeah, Shin. Hardcore. Ni. Pen. Jesus. There's two on here too. What was the other one? Cheese? Yeah, cheese. Or a couple with doubles. What's the laugh thing? Ugh. Mm. Oh. There are two for this too. Yeah, war. And then something else. And I don't think was mentioned anywhere. Maybe like there's a war going on, War going on, Probably gonna be an like that, Jesus. Fun. Dang it. Bento. Saber. There are two here as well. Liu and oh yeah, do. What is the do for? A loophole? He also found a loophole in the system. So you know how to. Yeah, do has a loophole in the system, alright. Be throwing hados everywhere. Loophole. Uh-oh. Shogun. Oh, you know what? I haven't watched the show Shogun yet. Start on that. Ken the Samurai. Hmm. Stranger danger. I didn't have a problem earlier. Alright, we'll come back to it. Sun and zone. Dang it. Gone. Centaur. Bowling. Joe. E. On. Oh, what happened here? Stranger danger. Oh, key. All right. Gotta read. Okay. Yo. Sho. Mon. In. Su. Shu. Ko. Yu. Shin. Ako. Ni. Hen. Ji. Chi. Waru. E. Oh no, not waru. Wada. Wada. E. Ji. Kan. Ben. Se. Do. Do. Sho. En. Ki. Son. Zon. Sen. Bo. Jo. Ki. Han. Alright. Pretty good. Pretty alright. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. It's, yeah, more than welcome to follow along. Come on by, share some experiences, share some anecdotes. You know, leads to some really, it tickles my neurons for the evening, right? Have more to say, more things to think about. It aids in conversationalism and communication. So for now, for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. Right. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, you know, get the blood flowing in the legs, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第157天，或4天。It is day 154. Business as usual. Ge was Kaku ge from yesterday. That was the low point. Nothing unexpected. Usually, you have two or three things for every 100. In this case, in HanziHero, it's pretty regular. We get around 130 nowadays. I think it's been normalized.
冒险
That's important. Get into our lesson. 冒险. It's kind of funny because 冒险 we got this in our recent level up as well. What was it? Ball. It was introduced as Ball for Dare. I'm pretty sure this is the same character. Only it's like connected. It's connected into a sun. Like this. Pretty sure it's the same character. Over on the WaniKani side. 冒险. Because if you dare to look at danger, you dare for danger, it's to go on an adventure. You go on an adventure, it can be perilous, it's a dare, you go on a whim, you commit to an adventure or to risk, right? Risk, danger. During an adventure, you risk all sorts of danger things happening. Yep. Adventure, adventurous to adventure. 冒险。冒险是它的how do you say this? 趣 this is 趣 兴趣兴趣之一
冒险是他的兴趣之一。
Yeah, 兴趣 we don't have 兴 yet, but 兴趣 is for interest. It's a word that I hold personally because it's a very important one. I often ask people, 你的兴趣是什么 right? Or 什么东西你要兴趣 right? 兴趣对什么东西 or something like that. I kind of said it in a really roundabout way. Like you have what kind of interest, like what interest do you have towards certain things? Like various versions of trying to get to asking what are your interests, right? 我想要冒险去 yeah. Oh, interesting. It's added, tacked on, as opposed to saying like 我想要冒险, right? Like I just want to adventure. This went to I want to go on an adventure.
冒险
冒险
种族
种族kind or kind clan. Okay, kind clan. All right, yeah, that's fine. Kind clan works. Race makes sense. What was ethnic? No, ethnic group is not close. I'm thinking of Japanese. Yeah. If you divide all the clans in history into different groups of species, your race would indicate which one your forefathers came. Yeah, ethnicity is what I was thinking of. 它是哪个种族的
他是哪个种族的？
美国有 oh nice yeah 美国有 how does this work 许多不同 种主的人 very important, but often incredibly reductive from foreigner perspective. Foreigner perspective tends to use a lot of reductive look from the outside. I happen to be one of them, so
种族
种族
预约
预约Yaku end up being on the right side in this one. 但是有 Yaku. Oh wait, no, just kidding. No, this is Yoyaku. Close enough. Something changed about this, right? Yeah, this one is different. Yoyaku. Yeah. In advance, make an appointment. Appointment. 你的预约是几点？你的预约是几点？几点？他没有预约。
预约
I say you a little bit too. It's you. 预约。
优越
优越。This excellent. Change to excellent or pass excellent. Oh, that's not change. That's pass. Yes, clearing. Pass. You are superior. If you are so excellent, you pass everyone else in greatness. All right. Huh. What are you? Always. No idea. 他 something 觉得自己比别人优越。
他总觉得自己比别人优越。
他总觉得自己比别人优越。优越的生活。It's 环什么？环境。优越。No, 优越。优越的生活环境。Oops.
优越报警
report to the police. 报警。Oh, does that have report to police? Okay. 最好打电话报警。Yeah, we better call the police.
报警
Okay. Wait, how does this work? All I'm gut feeling? Good gut feeling, right? Whoops. That gut feeling failed.
报警
优越，
优越，预预约，
预约，
都是约yeah。Japanese. Oh no. Hold up. I don't remember the two. Ah. Yeah, I don't remember. Wait, did I not type Mao? What did I type? I don't remember not typing that. Seeing written Chinese feels so strange when you only know Japanese. I think you're fine. You probably knew what this is, though, right? I'm pretty sure you know what this is. Wait, do I? Oh no, maybe not, because they probably use... Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. I think it's fun. I actually think in the future, when I do this, it'll be fun to do it. It's just slightly different, yeah. And here's a fun thing, human. I think when you only know Japanese and then you use it for Chinese, even if it's slightly different, the Chinese thing will be fine. At least in my opinion. Maybe I'm a little bit too biased. I could be biased in Chinese, but the slight difference is that the vocabulary has slight differences. Like they're less exact, in my opinion, personally. They're less exact than the Japanese counterpart. As in, these phrases do have those slight differences included. So whatever like primary, like whatever like primary definition they have, it's the phrases tend to be more flexible than that. Does that imply that Chinese is more contextual? I'm not sure. Maybe. I would say like fundamentally the sentences are more contextual because they don't have like when you're reading, right? Where we're talking about looking at characters, it requires more context. Is Chinese also a high context? Yeah, it is. Because it throws away like all the convenience. Hear me out. I kind of like Japanese. I like Japanese because it's less context. Now hear me out. In English, we're coming from English. It's like, yeah, Japanese is more context. But then when you go to Chinese, you're like, oh yeah, now we don't have to conjugate or use particles in that way and stuff. But I kind of like it too. So I kind of like English because it's very descriptive. Like I like the languages for what they have and they don't have. But in Japanese, yeah, you dispense with even more things. And this one is like, right, you would get adventure, but it's also to adventure, being adventurous. It's all of the above. So like this is both can function likely as an adjective, a verb, and when it breaks up, there's often a chance that each of the individual characters also can still contain their definition. So like you don't know, and in a way in SRS it could make it more fun to remember this stuff or not fun, right? For someone who likes to be really exact, this is not going to be very pleasurable for them, because you don't when you're reading a sentence and you learn that this is adventure, well, it's more than adventure. It's to adventure, to be adventurous, is adventurous, having adventure. Like it's all of the above, because you need a sentence in order to suggest what it is. But I think it's also, if you embrace it, it explains why I like interpreting in Chinese. Like what I mean is, yesterday when I was talking with Imbo, right? Imbo was here. I was giving examples for Chinese, and there might be something to the idea that whenever I'm interpreting an English sentence for my parents, it sounds dramatically different if you try to translate it. But I think it might have something to do with the idea that when you're speaking Chinese, it's like, well, it's this phrase, but this phrase, you can in English you could translate it as though it's a verb, or you can reword it as though it's an adjective, or you can, whichever is convenient. So when you get an example, oh, this is kind of blocked off, but one of the examples is adventure is one of his interests, right? This is the example. It's probably not visible because my face, oh no, it's visible. Okay, so like this says adventure is his, right? His interest, but one of his interests, one. But you could just say, you could interpret it as adventuring. Adventuring is an interest. But you can also say, because in context, you would probably imply the person already. So typically even tada just gets glossed over. So you're like, oh, adventure is one of the interests. And the reason why is ta is neutered in sound. So ta can mean his, her, it, whatever. So if you're interpreting, you could often just say, oh, adventuring is one of the interests. So, and then the way this is interpreted is like, is Chinese pro drop like Japanese is? No, it is not. Yeah, you need the pronouns all the time. Or you try to include the pronoun. Ta is everywhere, right? So it's a habit to start with the pronoun if you can. However, pronoun is often dropped when it's repeated afterwards, like Japanese, I feel. So if you already established that ta is in the beginning of your statement, then I usually drop it. My parents do so as well, where but you still use pronouns. Yeah, ta is very common. In fact, my parents have this habit of saying her and she in the beginning of every sentence, because you have to specify a lot of times. It's kind of like you always have to specify time. So the funny thing about Japanese, when I was learning Japanese, was I'm like, so now I always say like kyou wa, tsuki wa. Kind of like in Spanish you don't do this either, but I do it in Spanish, like ahora, ahora mismo. Hoy, I always start with that because in Chinese you start with that. You commonly start with that. So in English, I often start with an adverb phrase that tells what time it is before I do it. So today is day number 146. Oh, at this moment, I'm currently studying English, or at this moment, I'm currently studying Japanese. So in Chinese, you need to specify the time or the context in which the verb is following is get conjugated. So you get conjugated in your forehead, like it's in your head. There's no like indicator. There are a few exceptions, but there's usually no indicator of what type of tense you're trying to say unless you specify it. Or like specify it in context, which is really interesting. I quite like Japanese. Like, I think reading Japanese from a learning perspective is like a great balance between English and Chinese, where I feel like you have enough guardrails for Japanese. So if you don't know the relationship between a word, a particle helps a lot. So when you're reading, it's like, oh, well, oh, okay. In English, it's, you have to explicitly say everything. You have to explicitly add the prepositions, the articles, and the prepositional phrases and whatnot. And in Chinese, they're absent. They're just absent. But the neat thing is, I don't know if you've ever, I'm sure you probably encountered a podcast before where someone said this. This is a very popular thing in those who teach Japanese. They talk about how if you want to get in like a better pickup of the Japanese language, for example, from an English perspective, you have to get into the mind of what they're thinking, like what is important, right? And I earnestly feel the same way about Chinese, which I'm still trying to acquire, like the Japanese feel, like the Japanese mindset of how they express things. The way I can describe Chinese with my English tendencies is because Chinese often, when you think about the first thing you say, right, whenever you go out, when I have to say something to my parents, I start with the day, or I start with the time, I start with the frequency, and then followed up by the location, if there's a location, and then I worry about the rest. So like Ginan wa gyanoko. So today I'm going to leave. Not I'm going to leave today, or I'm leaving today, I'm going. Like there's no, like it's often you have to specify the time, position, and then the action. So in Japanese, you kind of have to get used to that too. So how do they go about it? And I kind of sort of got into that rhythm. Like often I think of, oh, we gotta specify the topic. Just quick. Topic comes first, right? Like if there's a topic, it's gonna come first, and then you get your objects in, and then you concern yourself with the action. And then that's kind of what Chinese did in a different way. And in English, I don't even know how to describe English. That's the problem. I think to me, I have a problem with my own complacency. I'm incredibly complacent when it comes to English. So it's been very humbling every time I'm describing Chinese, because it's in like a middle of learning and not learning. And Japanese is all learning most of the time. And when I'm describing English, my explainers for English and my tendencies are kind of nebulous. It's like, you know it if you know it. But it's giving me a lot of clarity on how little I pay attention to my English now, where I'm describing, like, what is the first thing you think of when you're initiating a English sentence, right? Like, when you're trying to tell someone a statement, the idea is, how do you express to like a Japanese speaker and a Chinese speaker, for example, what is it that you think about? Like, what is the essence of the priority that you're thinking when you're speaking English? I think to me, that is one of the aha moments in language. What would you say your best language is other than English and Fujianese? Outside my best is Spanish. It's definitely Spanish. Which happens to be the first learned language that I have. So when it comes to like intuiting grammar, I don't think about Spanish grammar very often anymore. Like when I'm reading someone's like sentences and stuff, I get really lazy and I just paraphrase everything. So it's one of those things, like if you get in the habit of not speaking out loud, but you understand everything, that's what I mean by complacent. So in English, I'm trying my best, and streaming helps quite a lot. Like when I read your sentence, I am telling myself I should read that sentence out loud. Yesterday, Procall asked me a question, or like 2 days ago, Procall made a statement, and I misread journey or journal 2 times in a row, even though I read it. So that's kind of one of those things. If you get to a position, one of my landmarks, in my opinion, when it comes to understanding language, is the moment where you automatically start to summarize things. Where, oh yeah, this person said a lot of things, but I just placed it in my own words. So Spanish is probably the next one. When people type in Spanish, like, oh, okay, and then I will think of a reply, right? And the reply would be something that is nuanced enough to give the person the impression that I understood what they said. And Fujianese comes next, and then English comes last. English and Fujianese, when it comes to conversation, is about the same. Where, like, right now, I could say something generic, like, chỉ luôn ngoài gari gong ingung, dan gong ingung, toik, ngoài chỉ luôn gari toik, Nippon Hoa, right? Nippon Hoa, rồi Phổ thông Hoa. Dan na sai ingung, he sai ingung do tuan do Hoang ingung. Actually, I don't actually know how to say translate in Fujianese. What I would probably say is go from, instead I would use the phrase go from Japanese to English, or English to Japanese, as opposed to saying translate. But hear me out. There's a very great chance that translate has the words to deal with going from one thing to the other thing. And that's kind of what I like. That's what's kind of like baked in, that I'm okay with Japanese and Chinese a lot of times when it comes to kanji and Hanzi. Sometimes if you say a word or you combine phrases, it ends up being very close to the actual thing. So if I had to guess on translate, it could be something like Huan, which is to exchange, Huan and Huanzi, maybe. Huanzi as in you exchange words or exchange characters. So that could be a possibility, but instead I would phrase it in a way like, oh, I'm changing English to Japanese. That's what I'm learning to do. I'm changing English to Japanese. And then eventually you replace that word with translate, which whatever it is. I actually don't know what the word for translate is in all the languages. Oh, actually, just kidding. Or not, like, not English, of course, I know translate, but I think yaku, right? Yakusu. Yakusu is Japanese, right? But I have no idea. Wait, let me see if I even recognize the character for Yakusu. Nope. It's fun. What may I ask? Do you use more than one honyaku? Or honyaku? Yeah, the translate. Yeah, in a translating manner. Yeah, to translate manner. Yep. And then there's the translator, right? Hoyakusha. The only reason I know that loosely is because Duolingo had honyaku and yakusu. I don't know what context, but I remember it though. What do you use any other language for, like, fun and whatnot? I think Spanish is. There's something about Spanish. I like it. I make tons. The most consistent errors are the most fundamental parts of Spanish, which is the things I gloss over all the time. That's gender and plurality, right? It's very, very important for listening, in my opinion, for the gender and plurality. But when it comes to writing, I'm incredibly complacent. Like, I skip over gender, plural. So when someone's typing, like, I have appointments, and now like they would type a whole paragraph and I would understand it, but I would skip over all plurals and genders because the context in Chinese, like I read Spanish like I read Chinese, which is very not that great when you're trying to write Spanish. So when I'm doing Duolingo, I'm spending a lot of time focusing on that. Like, actually, it's kind of humorous because Duolingo does the one thing that I'm very complacent in Spanish. I do not pay attention enough to how I'm typing gender and plurality agreements and article agreements, because to me, when I'm reading Chinese, none of that stuff exists. Or like when I'm thinking and speaking, most of that stuff does not exist. So therefore, I get too complacent. So when I say what's my best language other than English and Fujianese, I'm being very, very picky because my Spanish reading is really lazy. And that's one of the, in my opinion, for me, one of the bad things about becoming quote unquote more comfortable or more fluent in a language. Sometimes you forget your fundamentals when you have more than one language, and then you start treating other languages based on the frequency of convenience. So if I am often thinking in English and in Chinese most of the time, I read Spanish and I omit the details of things because it fills in. I think Spanish, when treated as a contextual language, right? When someone speaks a lot types a lot in Spanish, whether it's plural or whether it's he, she, and stuff, contextually is sufficient. But to the language itself, you must specify. And to me, why is that important? When you're listening is incredibly useful to be able to discern, at least from my revisiting of Spanish. It is incredibly important when you're typing. Yeah, it might not be as, in my opinion, it might not be as useful when it comes to like, well, is, bolígrafo masculino or femenino, right? Femenina. And it can be, when you practice that, it pays back, in my opinion, in hearing, because there are times when you're like, okay, you immediately associate feminine and plurality, so you know which one's referring to which one, automatically. And in hearing, but in writing, I'm really terrible. Like, I'm so loose. I actually use autocorrect most of the time. So it's kind of like English speakers, right? English speakers nowadays on the internet, when you're typing, you don't even know what your typos are because most of it autocorrects. When I'm typing in Spanish, I rely a lot on autocorrect because they auto gender and they auto plural correct. So now I'm like doing Duolingo and I drop an article, I drop the personal ahs, I drop a whole heck of a lot of things. It's kind of like if Japanese person decided I'm just going to drop wo, right? All the time, even in writing, it will still be marked incorrect because you just got really lazy at writing. You're always very bad in getting the word gender right. Yeah. I get super lazy. I used to do this a lot, like in high school and whatnot. And then after reading Spanish for so long, I've gotten so lazy at it. And there's nothing else that I do right now. Like, there is nothing else that I do that is so ham on plurality, article plurality, and gender on all of them. So I think Spanish is making me feel more alert again. So Spanish is providing another form of alertness. And hear me out, this might sound weird, but learning Spanish is helping with my particles in Japanese. Like, when I'm reading Japanese now, I'm paying more attention to not the vocabulary words. So I'm paying more attention to, ni, wo, wa, oh, wa, and like the endings and stuff, because that's Spanish. You require, even, it's not just the verbs and the same particle. It keeps changing over time. And Spanish constantly willy-nilly, which is funny. I think it's pretty funny. Like, okay, well, how do you know this is female, male? You just know. And then it's like, well, there's some general rules about things are male and female. And it's like, yeah, until it's not. So it's like a weird thing now that onyomi and kunyomi is not so taxing anymore, because you kind of replace it with some other function that another written language has. In Chinese, this is either a good or a bad thing in the long run, but I earnestly, currently for me, and it could be familiarity with Fujianese, but Chinese require the least amount of effort for me right now, which is humorous in my opinion, because if you think about like the FSI and the English, the US difficulty scale and stuff, Chinese would easily be the one in the first category, right? My first thought is, man, but it's so different. Like, I feel like I'm legitimately being taxed every single time. When I type a Spanish phrase, I'm like, okay, hold up. I probably messed up gender somewhere. Let's go over the let's go over every word, because if you screw up something in Chinese, it kind of the grammar is self-contained a lot of times. So the phrase itself contains the grammar. So when you screw up one phrase, it's that part that gets screwed up. It's like modular in the nature. It's a little bit more modular. So the rest can still be intelligible when it comes to the writing, but that phrase thing will change the context. In Spanish, if you screw up the gender of something, it can screw up all of the agreements of your sentence, right? Because then your conjugation is dependent on the gender, which is dependent on the number of the object. So your whole sentence could be marked as incorrect because you decided that, I don't know, foto is masculino, right? Like you think it's masculine and then everything is conjugated to photo. So that whole phrase that you had with photo as the object would be incorrect. And that's kind of funny. And obviously it's not that big it's not as bad as it seems, because you see it as one thing. You messed up one thing. Although it feels kind of bad when you look at it, it's like, oh, well, your entire sentence is incorrect. Like all the stuff is actually incorrect based on that one thing. In Chinese, if you mess up one part, it's usually just that one part that gets messed up. Unless there are few occasions like comparisons. So if you compare incorrectly, then yeah, it could flip the thing. I think loan and borrow are sinister. Between Japanese, Chinese, even, yes, Spanish. Wait. Or... No, I think English and Spanish is pretty good together. But Chinese and Japanese, the way they compare things, why? And then you throw in Spanish and English compared to, like, which direction is it? Is it the thing you're loaning, or the target you're loaning to, or the person that's allowing you to borrow something, or the object that you are borrowing from that person? Which one is coming first? And then when you do comparisons, is it the thing that comes first is the thing that is less or more than the less than more than you're using? So like if you're saying this is more beautiful than this? This is prettier than this? Is it you state the thing that is prettier first or the thing that isn't prettier first? And that stuff, in my opinion, gets a little wild. I'm still not sure about loans and borrows. I actually do pause on loan and borrow. So whenever I ask, I kind of cheat. I cheat a little with my parents. I say, I kind of say this, like this thing, and I would say, I give you this thing, as opposed to this person, or like, I let you borrow this thing. Like, I don't want to, I kind of, that's, in my opinion, a great example of being complacent in a language. I prefer to say it in a different way in order to avoid saying it in a way that I don't often say, so I just get bad at it. And I think that's language in general. I think that's what happens when someone becomes fluent in a language. In my opinion, like one of the consequences, one of like the funny like jokes, like if I had to make a language learning joke, I would say something like, you're fluent in a language when you have the choice of deliberately avoiding saying something a certain way because you can. That is, in my opinion, one of the consequences, or the jokingly realities, of becoming fluent in a language. You decide to often say things in a specific way, and you know it's acceptable and it's normal enough that you don't have to say it in a different way. And in Fujianese, when I'm learning Chinese and when I'm learning Mandarin, it has revealed to me time and time again, there are words like I'm like, I don't have a word for that. I don't know what it is. And to me, that is the greatest example of heritage speaking. You get stuck so quickly, you get fossilized so quickly to specific phrases that you no longer require or think you need to expand or continue to learn the language. And I feel that to a lesser extent, that is what native speakers do most of the time. When they are not actively wanting to learn anymore, or when you're looking for someone who's a native speaker and you're using them as an example, and maybe you even become friends with them and they're teaching you things, you have to, the native speaker fallacy is one of the things to keep in mind compared to someone who teaches the language, right? Oftentimes you find even the polyglots that talk about input and whatnot, eventually on a lesser occasion, like to lesser degrees, they eventually end up crossing paths with consulting with someone that is of another level, that is involved in the process of teaching. They spend most of the time teaching, so to get that feedback that is required, where even LLMs, right, cannot provide, as in Inbo mentioned yesterday, which I agree with, because human oversight is closer to statistical average, right? When you're using data sets and stuff, there's like averaging effects and statistics involved. So how does someone say to borrow? Well, I usually say this person gave that to them and they're going to return it later. So instead of saying this person loan that person something to my parents, I describe literally, this person is giving this thing to this person right now and they will return it later. And that's usually what I say. So I have no idea how to say, I think it's 绝. So 借knowing this person or that person, 借knowing 决一, I don't know, a book, a 居 出, and then maybe like ding na I a return. See, I don't even have a word for return. I just say, then he gives it back. He ding na do koi ge during yari or do koi ge do koi. I don't know. It's rough. When I try to think of it that way, that's where I feel human being, you probably heard this before, like stop translating in your head. That to me is what I feel like people are referring to when they say stop translating in your head. Not that you shouldn't use whatever you understand about your native language to augment and learn from your native language. I think the whole translating thing in the head is often talking about the aspect where when you're starting to think about trying to say certain phrases one-to-one, oftentimes you might not be able to find the words because the words are not like that. So I think the most funny situations often is when a friend tells me, oh yeah, hey, can you tell your parents hi for me? And then they would be standing next to me, and I would say like, oh, ikachino, ikong niho, right? They would, another person would expect, oh, it would sound and feel like longer, or the cadence would be similar to what your reference is, like your native language, but it ends up coming off as something different, right? And that, I feel, is what causes the stop thing in translation, at least in my opinion. That's what it is. So if I try to translate something, I usually don't anymore. Like that's what I'm referring to as interpretation. When the doctor says, oh, it's not a problem, it's typical aging problem, and my interpretation of that to my parents is, you're old. Ni naolo, as in you've aged, and that was it. That's it. And the context is sufficient. So that's a way to illustrate, in my opinion, capturing what English feels like and what a variant of Chinese feels like. We're in the doctor's office, and the doctor is expected to explain something about why my father has like a skin atopic dermatitis, right? A skin problem. And my doctor was explaining the context. They were describing the descriptor of all the things, and I could tell my father that you're old. You got old. And in the nature of the language, it should have provided enough context that it's referring that your skin problem is getting old, like is because of age. However, you can technically still do that in English. You can also technically do that in many other languages. The one thing that's interesting about that is, just because a language can and cannot do things isn't quite fluency. Like that's why people separate fluency from like understanding grammar, in my opinion, grammar and word usage and vocabulary, because I understand what people mean when they say you should listen to a Japanese person, like a native Japanese person, to normalize what they say, because underneath it all, you kind of get the groove of, instead of thinking about what you can say or all the different things you can say, you kind of think about what feels like you could say in this situation. And that's kind of how I interact with my best languages. Like whenever someone tells me a bad thing in Spanish, I'm like, que lástima. Like, está bien. oh, you know, like it's okay. That's fine. It's like it's a shame, but it's fine. Que lástima. You kind of get that already in Japanese. Like after a while, I don't even recognize that I'm doing filler words in Japanese. Largely because you just hear it so often. Anyways, yeah. It's a great feeling. I hope you're getting that feeling while you're learning Japanese as well, human being. I think it's so hard to describe, but you know when you know it. The moment you realize, huh, yeah, just feel it. I'm getting to a point where I'm in like this slightly mid area where yeah, I'm just feeling it now. We're just going with it. It also makes my writing and reading it makes my writing really bad though. I genuinely skip words a lot, and I need to stop. Like I need to also be focused when I'm learning, like reading whole sentences. I can't tell you how often I would type like in Japanese, I would just skip a particle. It's like, well, there's enough context. You don't need to type the particle. Or like, oh, well, you can just use sudo. I mean, it's already implied. It's probably because I'm Chinese bias. Whenever I think of conjugating a verb, the way I type Japanese sentences, the way I'm typing Japanese sentences is incredibly lazy. Because I'm like, you already know it's the past tense. I said kino. Kino already means it's past tense. And so I don't need to like use past tense. I just use sudo. Like sudo here. But then, you know, someone would slap me in the face, right? So I'm trying not to. I'm keeping myself vigilant. And I think doing exercises like this, or like Duolingo or something that deals repetition, helps me with stop being an adult cutting corners. I think the more experienced you become, it actually makes one a little bit cutting corners. You kind of try to rush things. You're trying to go faster, right? Oftentimes. And I'm oftentimes when I tell people to slow down and take a breather, it's more like I'm often talking about myself, because going fast also means it gets sloppier, and it might not even mean that much in the end, but to me it's kind of where a lot of learning can come from at the moment. Yeah, you already passed the translate in your head stage. It felt surreal at first when you could just understand the Japanese directly. I know, right? There are points where like now like while watching anime, I finished catching up to One Piece. So now I'm gonna start watching Gintama. Gintama, all of Gintama is on my list now. Now it's like, because you can like just understand most of the things around it, I'm only listening for fun words now. Like, oh hey, I don't recognize that word. So you don't have to worry about all the words around. Like all the words around could help you on the things, but it's like it's like, what did that person just say? So it's kind of like English, right? Someone would say something, oh, this is a very interesting visage, and then you're listening, and it sounds like visage. What the heck is a visage? And that's how I feel about Japanese right now, and Chinese and Spanish. So that's where I want to be. I want to consistently make that a regular feeling. I think that to me is a moment where it's hard to explain how that feels, and the feeling that, okay, everything else is just normal things. So like, yeah, they're talking about their feelings. Yeah. And then suddenly someone says like inconspicuous in Japanese, and I'm like, what the heck does that word mean? well, it's got to be like a feeling and it's got to be a description, so we might as well go find out. And then because you already know it has something to do with a feeling, you already know that it's structured around like some reservations and some negativity. Then when you learn that the word is inconspicuous, or like the feeling is suspicious or inconspicuous, whatever you learn gets like nailed in really quickly, because now you're thinking in the target language. And I think that's cool. Now, speaking, obviously, you know, output, we're not talking about output here, so I think it's already incredibly rewarding now that you just you get to a point where you're feeling everything and you're like doing things like, what does my gut tell me? It's like, I don't know why this word is this, but it sounds like this. Like I've gotten to the point in SRS where I look at this and I'm like, probably this. I mean, it literally looks like the sound. and it's even weirder because I'm typing in pinyin for this, but in my head I'm not imagining, I'm no longer imagining like Mao, right? Mao Xian. I'm not imagining Mao Xian. I'm just hearing Mao Xian in order to get it right. And of course I still do typos and stuff, but it's really, really great. You get those stages. It's so wonderful. Like in English, when you're typing in English, you're not saying yeah in the, like, you're not picturing the literal, or at least I'm not. I'm not sure if you are, where like you want to type yeah and you're like visualizing YEAH. You just got to the point where you skipped all that. Just like, okay, yeah. You just type it. Like when I'm saying yeah in my head, my fingers would move to yeah. And I feel after so much SRS, that's kind of what happens. And that's kind of a neat thing too. It's kind of fun. Do you have human being, do you have any aspirations to like expand in the future? Because I've always curious how motivated, how often people stagger languages too. So far, Gecko is my best example. Expand how? Like layering groups of languages. I think people like to layer groups of languages. So like if it's Japanese, then it would be possibly Chinese, or maybe even expanding the difference between like maybe a dialect and whatnot. I don't actually know what resources are like in Japanese for dialectic things. I think those things can happen while you're still learning new things in the target language, in my opinion. But I don't have a lot of people that I can share what I'm doing with. Gecko is doing that. So oftentimes Gecko and I talk about relationships between language because it's so engrossing. It's fun to talk about target languages in the reference of another target language, or in the reference of multiple languages. I think that's, you kind of do it inherently all the time once you expand in the sense of the overall language group, or maybe even an entirely different language group. Okay, you have some interest in Chinese. You might study abroad in a European country. Ooh. They don't want to get too caught up in another foreign language right now. Ah, okay. May I ask where you want to do you have any particular European country in mind? Oh yeah, I have to correct that. This is what uh, like this is what I was thinking in my head. Junzoku. Junzoku. Gee. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, I want whichever one in Western Europe will take you. Ah, okay. Is your opportunities for studying abroad something restricted, like wherever you're going to study abroad? Do you have like a pool of European countries that you can visit to study abroad? Or can you just like apply to all of them and like, oh yeah, whatever flies? If you asked me when I was 20 years old, is studying abroad useful or application or whatnot, or like even not even for language learning, like just studying abroad, I would say no, it's a waste of time and whatnot, like when I was 20. But now that I'm older than 21 was when I left to study abroad, I think it's a fantastic opportunity. It's such a wonderful, it can also breathe new life into your studies and whatnot. I mean, like, I went to New Zealand. Obviously, they speak English there, but encountering with the Maori culture, and then looking at like the geopolitics and the relationship with Australia and Great Britain and whatnot, I can't help but constantly think about that experience. So definitely wonderful time if you can study abroad. You're just applying to as many colleges as possible. Okay, I see. And then there are some countries you don't want to live in, even if it's temporary. Yeah, that's perfectly fine too. I think the experience is what's incredibly transformative, or it has a potential to be transformative when you look at it as a opportunity, for sure. No, I think it breathed a lot of life into me. Like New Zealand was very interesting. Despite not like encountering, I did hear a bunch of the Maori language. I think it's just called Maori actually, or referred to in English. It's the Maori language and the Maori people. You do hear a bit of that, especially if you ever saw a depiction of the haka from the All Blacks in New Zealand during rugby. You have enough Eastern European friends to know one thing: stay away from Eastern Europe. That's understandable. Geopolitics is a bit tense right now. For sure. The haka, yeah, hakas it's so empowering. Like, I'm not a sports person, not very sports person, but before I went to New Zealand, I did taekwondo. And taekwondo, at first, you have those things like when you go ha, right? Like when you're pushing air and committing to an action and whatnot, it can feel detached when you're not doing it. But then when you're like committed to it, it becomes very empowering. And then before then, I already did taekwondo for like 2.5 years. When I went there and I saw like them performing the haka, it's like such a visceral thing. So we had an opportunity to meet the All Blacks. I don't know if they changed their name or not, but they're the New Zealand national team that are like one of the best. And we were able to go to the field where they practice, and a lot of their team just performed it for us, and that was pretty cool. Like, it was very neat. Seeing the haka firsthand. So it was just us chilling on like the bleachers. We were just sitting there and watching them perform. And then we saw another haka being performed in a what is it? It's like a recreation or conservation tourist. It's kind of like a touristy thing, but it's a conservation like reenactment of village life, the Maori culture's village life, and they performed the haka there too with like your occasional fanfare for tourists and foreigners, you know, throwing some torches around and stuff. It's very, and since they're of nature related to like Samoans and whatnot, you can also find similar like crossovers between things that you would see in Hawaii, like when it comes to Pacific Islanders. But Hakka is very powerful. Like when they're all like in sync and they're excelling, when they're excelling through their mouth and stuff, you kind of just like feel it. It's deafening, and the stomping and the percussion using the body to create resonance, kind of neat. It's very intimidating. I mean, that's kind of the point. They perform it to like energize and invigorate themselves, make a statement, and ready for the competition, like the rugby game, which I basically knew little to nothing about rugby until I went to New Zealand and watched the rugby game. So I knew little to nothing about it, and I knew little to nothing about Hakka. Really neat. You know what's funny? You read One Piece. Yeah, yesterday you mentioned that you read One Piece. The Hakka Islands, Hakka, and then you know it also Ryu, right? The Japanese form. Or I'm surprised that I caught up with the One Piece anime, but I still have yet to see Chi, right? They haven't introduced Ki yet. Ki or Chi in the, but man, One Piece is wrapping around over and over again. The most recent arc was fantastic because it dealt with a topic that I really enjoy, which is Japan's isolationism and then the encroachment of westernized globalization. So in a way, it's kind of great that they kind of integrated it into sailing and island nations. So I ended the Wano chapter, right? Largely the most, it's one arc before that, but one of the biggest chapters in One Piece is Wano, the island of Wano, which was supposed to be symbolically representing the Japanese isolation period and its feudal times. And they integrated it with the coming of age of opening the border, and so, or the question of opening the border and whatnot. So it was very neat. And then whenever they're talking about like powers, like Hakka, they're actually quite referring to Pacific Islands' perception of energy. And then there's Chi from the Chinese side of things, which hasn't been thrown in there a little bit. They already did like Spanish stuff, right? And they already did French stuff. And then most recently is Ryu. I forgot what they refer to it, but it's a Japanese form of the energy thing. So it's really neat. I think that is what being exposed to different cultures make you want to see in things. I think One Piece was fantastic. I'm not sure if you read Gintama yet. Gintama is another like, and it ended recently. So Gintama, I'm gonna tackle. I mean, One Piece has so many periodic things, period pieces. Now Gintama also is one of those things. So I can't wait to. I don't know if Gintama has multiple language tracks or not, but yeah. Oh, here's a random unrelated topic, sort of, but it's related to language learning. I did find out that Death Stranding, a little bit ago, someone, I was talking about Western and Eastern developers, like video game developers. I'm not sure if you're super interested into video games or if you have time for video games. It's very understandable. But in terms of language learning, I've been looking for like other languages, right? And someone, Procol, was a little bit surprised or was inquiring why I think Kojima Kojima Studios is a bit more westernized in its appeal because of the way the design language and stuff that they have, and then what they cater. I recently found out that the game Death Stranding is translated in 7 different languages, and that's pretty neat. That also means there's a chance I could play Kojima games, like games from Kojima Studios, in multiple languages, and I think that's kind of neat. It will be very complicated language, and we're all gonna laugh about how, or at least I'm gonna have a blast laughing about all the vocabulary that I don't know, because Kojima is an eccentric. But I think that that is a really neat way to experience language if you pick up a sci-fi thing. The other choice that I have now, it seems like sci-fi is the one that gets translated. It's CD Projekt Red's game. So Cyberpunk 2077 is translated in like 8 different languages. I don't imagine that this will change for like Witcher and stuff. I can't wait to see how Japanese and Chinese is translated for Western sci-fi. Anyways, thought I'd share a little bit more. Yeah. Thank you for entertaining or humoring me. Western Europe. I would love to know your college thing in the future. College, huh? It warm. Without saying too much, it warms my heart that I still feel that there are people who spend their time on the internet or learn things that find that going to college is something they can learn something from, like obtain value from. It's not a very common sentiment anymore. In fact, one of my closest friends from the internet, like a longtime friend now, over 5 years, we talk about education quite a bit, but he is not one. He is very much a representative of the current generation of people who believe that knowledge is simply sufficient, as opposed to being directly in contact with other people who are also very knowledgeable. I would say, in a long TLDR, there's not a great substitute in this day and age, despite AI and all the technologies. There's not a great substitute for opportunities to be around other human beings that also may excel with the same knowledge base. I think living life not being around people who consistently also strive to acquire wisdom and knowledge, like giving up those opportunities can very much close one's cage someone's mind in, and that cage can be small enough to make life very conventional and uninteresting or disinteresting. And for me, I like to believe that being friends with someone who doesn't like to do these things, I like to believe that I am hoping to inspire or share some of these things in which that they become inspired to do so as well. Learning a language is arguably overrated for that, but at the same time, like nowadays, but I still love the idea that it's overrepresented, in the sense that learning a new language opens up opportunities. It gives, and what I don't mean by opportunities in terms of financial gain or business. I'm talking about self interest, and interest in others. Sometimes it might not be a direct cause of success or like application. However, being ever inquisitive is kind of the goated for being human. So I think giving up intellectual curiosity is like suggesting that you don't want to be human anymore. Like you prefer to be a robot that's doing mundane tasks all the time and be okay with it. So college, it's great. It's great to hear people still willing to take the opportunities despite a lot of pushback. Yeah. You strike me as someone who will most definitely find something of value. All right. Thank you for sharing, by the way. So what the heck is clan in Chinese?
种族
种族. Oh, I didn't look up what that is or why I think it's
冒
Mao.
险
What was Mao's thing? Mao. Oh, it was the veil. The veil. Right, he's getting ready to steal some milk for Princess Peach. Right. Okay. Adventure. I watched this guy. On my YouTube short feed, this guy came up again. I think his name is Vin. His last name is Vin or something. Way back, I saw that his channel was starting and he focuses on communication. He's a communication specialist and then like other things. Apparently he does magic and for fun, right? And he's a part entrepreneur and whatnot, but his main focus is communication. And he started this channel and I really like he is a far more elegant person in reductively expressing a lot of the things I spent hours trying to hit, but his is far more elegant. He's like a public speaker and whatnot. And recently he popped up on my algorithm again, and now his channel was like 10 times, almost 100 times bigger than it once was. And then, you know, magnitude doesn't really illustrate this. It was like around 100k subscribers back then, and now it's like 3.2 million. And it was very humbling to see that there is someone who focuses on communication that is able to conform and or leverage YouTube algorithm for emphasizing. He only speaks one language, by the way. Actually, I'm not too sure if he speaks another. He might speak Vietnamese, actually. Now I'm kind of curious if he speaks other languages, but he focuses most of his things on English. And he had this little short. And I love his little shorts because it summarizes a lot of things that I try to inculcate. And one of the recent YouTube shorts that came up on my feed, I mean, the algorithm is probably listening, so YouTube is feeding me things that I want to hear. Keep that in mind. But it was a short. It was about 30 seconds, right? 30-second short. And he was on stage talking to someone. And he said that one of the most efficacious or consistent, let's say consistent way of influencing someone is to do it yourself and then demonstrate. And when people witness it, they are more likely to be inspired and or encouraged to do so themselves. And I've said this in a less elegant way using anecdotes like for 4 hours straight most of the time. So this person that, like, for my friend, this goober that I know for over 5 years, he's over nearly 2 decades younger than me. Instead of telling this person that learning Japanese may be a wonderful way for him to continue to appreciate and evolve and expand his appreciation for his normal daily ritual of watching anime, I simply demonstrated what I did and talked about Japanese in a manner that was very empathetic or stylistically appropriate to generate enthusiasm from the person. And now, this past weekend, we decided to make a pact in which I introduce on a daily basis phrases and or things that may come up frequently in an anime and share with him. And he now, on his own, naturally are listening and trying to attempt to learn some Japanese intentively by actively listening. And that is what I mean by echoing a lot of time-tested things. And I really like that guy that knows someone like that with 3 million subscribers doing that in a form factor that is more appropriate for the YouTube audience, because I genuinely do not expect people willing to sit for a 5-hour seminar versus like by default versus 30-second very well explained. It's actually a clip of one of his talks, so it's a much smaller format, but he has a way of stacking TLDRs back to back to back, and it does quite show that he practices what he preaches. For myself, I don't preach for reductive, like attempting to shorten things. I tend to keep pushing the boundaries of how the verbosity of my responses. I think for me is an exercise in diminished return, of course. However, it's the legacy I want to leave behind. So whenever someone asks a question, if they stay enough times, they will know. At least I will make it very clear by example, by demonstration, that if you ask a question, make sure to have a cup of coffee or a drink nearby, right? And be ready for a longer ride than you might want to expect. However, for any other types, I genuinely think there are people like him that I really get humbled because they make it work. And I love YouTube has a way, right? The internet often has a way to give you enough affirmation to constantly consume more content. So I do know for every one person who does that, focus on communication skills, there are probably far more statistically likely people who would believe that communication is secondary to merit and skill, like merit to, oftentimes communication is seen as a skill that is lateral to many other skills. This person and myself, by coincidence, I don't actually know this person. Actually, I'm not, I even imagine I live stream and or post it to YouTube longer than this person. This person was a professional in other ways before this. So was I, by coincidence. And I like to think that I might actually be older than this person. But that's a weird way to say it, because when I see this person, I see someone who has spent timeless hours working on communication skills. And I align with him in the idea that while it's incredibly awesome to be incredibly skilled, he also took something and said it much more elegantly, where if you have a lot of skills and knowledge, you have great potential and you are very, very skilled and you know a lot of things. But if your communication skills is here, right? Who do you think oftentimes, like, what do you think this is perceived as? Is your skill going to be here or here? If your communication skills is lower, typically The idea is it's limited by your ability to express things or to demonstrate things. Oftentimes, if you have skills, you can try to demonstrate them, but demonstrating them also allows you to raise your communication skills. And that is one thing that I feel gets lost when I emphasize communication. Communication isn't necessarily simply a demonstration of words. There's also nonverbal communication, and that's the ability to demonstrate something for the sole purpose of demonstration as opposed to productivity. So I like to believe that one day all this like weird discussion tossing around Chinese and Japanese and people teaching me languages that have no idea what's going on and talking about cultures, I believe that's a way of open demonstration and practicing expression that complements or supplements your proficiency in a language. Because I've used the same example, the same relative principle of this guy, only I use language as an example nowadays. If you are incredibly well versed, like JLPT +1, you learn all the kanji, you know what native people sound like. In the end of the day, right, we also have to keep in mind, not that it's equally or more important or not, it's part of the whole process. So if your communication skills are still lacking, trying to think of clever ways to demonstrate to other people how much you know or your interest in a language can, in my opinion, indirectly raise your communication skills. And that is my plug for learning another language. When you're learning another language, it brings into the context of interacting with another person or interacting with another culture, which are represented by other human beings. And oftentimes, when it comes to language success, it's very abysmal, actually. I looked up like various, like yesterday I was looking about converging data, collecting converging data on the success rate of a secondary language acquisition. It's quite abysmal. But the silver lining here is there are really wonderful coincidences and corollary behavior for those who are successful. So we're talking about like 10%. But of those 10%, nearly all of that 10% are individuals who continue to be intellectually curious, despite their overall proficiencies. Like, you could be an A student, you could be a C student, you could be someone who has a PhD, you can be someone who wants to go to college, tried college, didn't work for them. The idea is a lot of converging evidence which suggests that it takes someone who is impressionably incentivized to want to interact in an intellectual environment with other people that ends up characterizing. This is corollary, of course, but the coincidences is that people who tend to be able to speak and communicate about various topics, regardless of the language barrier or not, are also parallel with that much smaller percentage of people who are successful at acquiring another language. And to me, I am suggesting that it can be the other way around too. Someone who ends up tackling the problem or the obstacle or the joys and roadblocks of learning another language inherently also ends up having to naturally encounter many things that deal with the sphere of communication. And that communication, in my opinion, can lead to many downstream opportunities. And one of them is finding solutions from people you didn't even know you could find solutions from, and being inspired and to do things that you may not otherwise have thought of, because sometimes the things you tackle are not sufficiently outside of your comfort zone and or open opportunity to interact with other human beings. I earnestly, as a TLDR, I earnestly believe one of the bottom lines of success in any way, we're talking about independent of people's context, it requires other humans. And having at least a hobby and or a particular inclination or delving into a skill that inherently obligates you to interact with another human being is not sufficient for success alone, but it can greatly increase the opportunities and success in it. So what does that look like? Making a video game. That you have to encounter human interaction to make a successful video game, right? You focus on video game entertainment, the arts, language learning. So if someone is walking around being a goober in the corner and they're being like antisocial and saying they're introverted and stuff, to me, I would say, can I get clever enough to get this person to turn one of their hobbies or the things that the inclination that would eventually bring up the task of interacting with another human being, like in some way, in some small way. And to me, that's a really wonderful, consistent way of slowly nudging someone. And I just engage in the activity, so I become the human source. And if I can do that, I think that's what streaming does, in my opinion. And whether someone doesn't process it or not, having someone witness it makes it all that more, and sharing that journey is electric, at least to those who are receptive. And then if you have enough of that, you don't have to worry about AI. I mean, right now I keep getting asked about AI, like people are worried that it would supplant humans and stuff like that. For sure, those are concerns. But when you get to a point where, at least in my perspective, when you realize, at least by either coincidence and or maybe you trust me, knowing that you can have the ability to collaborate with other human beings kind of adores, or being human in general, celebrating curiosity and inquisition through language learning and creativity. You're not worried about that at all, because it's something else. It's not human. Now, the last thing I probably say is it can be equally as scary when you don't have that, right? What is the threat to your humanity if you do not embrace your humanity? Anything that is not human, anything that does not have an ability. Like when you think of learning Japanese and acquiring Japanese, you have acquired the ability to gain access to more humans, especially humans of different culture. That is incredibly empowering, because the ultimate resource, at least in my opinion, on this planet right now, when it comes to creative things that other humans consume, are other human beings. So, language is a great vehicle. Sorry, I had to plug it a little bit. I have to plug language learning. I know that some people make competitions. It's like, well, language is overrated. Language learning is overrated. You could have made a video game. It's like, do both. Do both. Make a video game about Japanese culture. Both. You don't have to pick. Be greedy. At least that's one of the human tendencies. Be greedy. If you're arguing about what to do better, come up with a creative way to do both. Go play a Japanese video game, right? And someone else said video games were boring yesterday, so I had to throw that in a little bit. All right. Back to blood pressure. That's literally blood and pressure. So, 血压 血压，血压，低血压，
低血压，
低血压。Wow, that's a little weird. The way this person went up a little.
血压，
血压，血压。Self-explanatory.
危险，
危险 self-explanatory. Danger, dangerous, dangerous. 这个世界是一个危险的地方 ，yeah, 地方 place. 这个世界是个危险的地方。你那条路很危险。
危险，
危险啊！等一下，危险。
贵族，
贵族 expensive clan or high esteem clan, so noble. Did I add extra things to this? I'm not sure if I did. Oh yeah, hierarchy, nobility, status, formal, yeah. 贵族 formal high nobility clan, so nobles, aristocrats. 贵族们站在城 something castle. That's no Shiro. I don't think. 城堡里贵族们住在 oh no 站在住在城堡里城堡 or castle ain't no Shiro ね贵族 oh 贵族贵
族，
贵族
交警，
交警 yeah, so the mingle thing, it's also intersection a lot of times where cars mingle. Same thing with Japanese. The pivot on mingling or mixing. 交警 traffic police. Are police that make sure that the traffic mingles in an orderly fashion without any accidents or speeding. 交警交警指 something oh wait, car crown finger. No, I don't think so. Maybe it's direct. 指关 no, that makes sense. 交警交通 oh wait, 交通 might be, oh my gosh, it's traffic oh 交通 交通 is closer to the Japanese though, or traffic 交通指挥 interesting 指挥 so like 执行 or like 执行执过 direct 交警 and 交通 are traffic. Okay. 交警给了我一张ticket. I see 当 but I forgot what this type of ticket is. 罚单 Yeah, it's more like 罚单 sounds more like a punished ticket, like a fee ticket, but it doesn't use fei, which fei often gives more of a payment, like you're paying for something that you want, and then 罚单 sounds more like something unexpected, like something not gnarly, like a citation gnarly. A traffic ticket gave me a ticket. I mean the traffic police. The traffic. Yeah, it's a traffic ticket. Oh. That's a little weak one, huh? What is it? Salute? 交警. No. Wait. Salute? Word? 交警. What?
交警
Is it basement? Oh yeah, it is basement. Because he was trying to sneak in to rescue the robo doggy. Doggo. 交警. Okay.
约会
约会. I totally misspelled something there. 约会. Promise, promise to go, promise to meet, a date. Yeah, or appointment again. 约会. Does yakai doesn't sound like something that would fly. Yakai. 约会. 我们约会去看电影。昨班 wait, sorry, Japanese, that's not it. 昨晚 oh no, yeah, 昨晚的约会非常 enjoyable, 非常 something 了 快乐 愉快 oh no, it's not 了 it's 快 in this one. Okay, wait, you, do I know you? 愉快 Storehouse and Spirit. Yoshi. No, Yu-Gi-Oh. No, I don't think so. Yugi. No, not Yugi.
约会
约会. Okay. 写 balls. 血压
血压
血压血压
约会
约会
交警
危险
危险
危险那险危险yes 贵
贵族压力
压力 pressure, yeah, like stress pressure 压力外界压力 outside world or outside, interesting 外界压力 this one's fine
压力
压力 oh I think we can add pressure. I mean stress. Stress is another way for 压力。
保险
保险 insurance. Protect from danger? Sure. Insurance, insure. Oh, this one is very specific. 保险。我们提 something. Maybe that's E. Let's no. I don't think I have anything for that. 我们提 something. 各种不同的类 something 的保险。我们提供 still 供 OK 我们提供各种did I say 各种 I think I said 各种不同类型的保险。Our offer apparently our offer types, various types, different types. 类型 like is 类型 is that also types? 不同的不同类型 okay, must be dealing with a compound type of insurance. Interesting.
保险警车
警车 police car, literally police car. 警车站在追捕 is that 捕 not quite, but we're just gonna assume it. 追捕 turtle. No, we got nothing on fugitive. 逃放追捕警车站在追捕逃犯 fugitive. 逃犯逃 kind of reminds me of like to sneak away, right? Or steal, or to sneak away, sneaky. Not quite sure. 逃犯追捕 interesting. 追捕 pretty sure that's the same 捕 so you're patching a chase. Okay. Oops.
警车力
Alright, time for the characters. Ooh, 2 components. Li, oh, 美丽 and like beautiful, 美丽. Okay. We got a deer. That is a deer. Pretty sure this is the same component for deer. Japanese. If not all of deer. There might be a radical to the left of this. Deer is weird. No, yeah. This is yeah. Wait. I feel like there's a radical to. But this is vanilla, so I'm likely to believe this is still Japanese. Married couple. Interesting. Wait. Why does this look like... Oh no, Peng is 2 moons. Interesting, married couple. Imagine an ancient wedding ceremony where the soon-to-be married couple must wear a hood, okay, until it's complete. When they finally become a married couple, they can finally drop the hood onto the ground. All right, I got you. I got you. In fact, that's how I remember Peng. Peng is 2 moons and its companion. You have 2 moons. One is a companion for the other. So married couple kind of follows suit, really. We'll just type couple.
力
Li. So we have a beautiful or a couple of deer. A couple of beautiful deer. Link is in the bathroom of the house. Okay, taking a nice bath. All right, sure. The door opens and a beautiful deer comes in. I mean, actually that kind of checks out in a Legend of Zelda game. Carrying a beautiful married couple on his back. Okay, that's kind of weird. They exchange greetings before departing once more. Link thinks to himself that today is a very beautiful day. Honestly, I think just thinking about a couple deer, like a talking deer, like a deer couple, that might be okay too. Okay. There's not much of Link in this, huh? Other than a whimsical, maybe we could say like an elf couple that's being carried by a deer. Maybe Link's parents. Actually, I don't even know if Link has parents, like as part of Link's background or lore. Pretty sure he's orphaned for whatever reason. I'm thinking back to like the first Legend of Zelda game. He just washed up. You know, he's just, what I mean is he's not like washed up as in retired or something. I mean like he washed up on the shore a lot of times. It's just straight up wash up on the shore. Literally washed up on the shore. Link is in the back. Okay, so we're just gonna think of it like elvish stuff, right? Elvish stuff. That's fine. Beautiful deer, stags. Stags are very fantasy. Yeah. 美丽美丽亮丽亮丽 bright and beautiful 秀丽 I don't know what show is it. Gorgeous. Young Li. That kind of looks like plentiful. Maybe like it's plenty beautiful. Gorgeous. Qiao Li. Everything's beautiful. It's pretty.
力
All right. That's fine. That looks like deer already. From Japanese.
警车
车
力
Oh, no.
压力
压力
保险
I talk about what is it? 保险 is using in Fujonese is using a different, I think he even uses a different tone. What is it? 保险 保营 保营 is 保险. I don't know if there is a 保营 in 保烟. Yeah, 保烟. It sounds like it could be in Mandarin. 保烟, what would 保烟 be? 保烟 保营. What was this? 保险. 保烟 would be insurance. I have to talk about insurance a lot with parents. Insurance. Ying. Yep. Gotta love to win. Ying is a classic one. How many strokes is this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's like meh. What is that? Five radicals? It's okay. Ying. What did Katsu look like? Oh yeah, that's right. Katsu is moon, dress, and then arm or power. As opposed to Ying. I think this is a bit of a step up, I suppose, relatively speaking, when it comes to Katsu. Yoshi is inside the English Manor where he is playing a game against death. It is him and a it is him and a shellfish against death. Okay. And taking and a talking mouth. Okay, so he's got a mouth, a shellfish. Oh, Death's got a talking mouth. Okay, all right, got you. The aim of the game is to try to keep the moon out of the hands of the other time as long as possible. Hands of the other time? Yoshi and the shellfish tossed it back and forth until the clock runs out. No clock. Therefore, they win. Because they win, they get a bunch of pills that they hope to sell on the black market for their price. what? What's happening here? That's fine. Ying. Ying is Ying. That's a really common character. So, and a really common sound dealing in a very particular context. I won't really need it. Ying de. Ying de. Oh, Shuang Ying. Win-win. Okay.
赢总
Zong. Oh, hey, we finally got Zong. Overall, Zong. Oh, okay. Zelda ones are rough too. I think Link ones are kind of okay. You know, I should... Oh no, but then it'll overlap with... So Link overlaps with Legolas because they're both heckin' elves. And then Zelda is just left alone. But if we put Zelda with like princess stuff, then it overlaps with like Peach stuff. And Peach stuff overlaps with Mario. You know what? This stuff just goes too deep. Alright. Zelda Zong. Zong is in the... Okay, Zelda is in the basement of the temple, sure, where she has been locked up by the monks. Princess stuff. She decided to take this opportunity to improve her overall health. She lies on a silk cloth next to the Buddhist relics that's on top of the rock floor and plays a holy... That's a radio? Oh yeah, that is a radio. Radio to improve her overall psychological state. Then she snacks on a... Oh, that's supposed to be a cornstalk. Tilted. On a cornstalk and some hearts. Wait, she's snacking on cornstalk and some hearts? Checks out. To improve her overall physical health. Overall, she feels pretty good despite being locked up in the temple basement. Man, the bigger the like character gets, the more things is added to the mnemonic because of... And I think maybe I should start embracing that for WaniKani as well. I think the more complicated the character is, the less I have to try to remember it. It's kind of it's not really counterintuitive to me. I think it's actually the case for people because you have a lot of details to hang on to. But yeah, mnemonics work fantastic the more complicated the character is. You decide to take this opportunity to improve her overall health. Wise, right? Nom nom nom. Radio. It's basically doing yoga. I could see Zelda totally being a yoga person. Zhongshu. Total number, overall number, total. Gotcha. 总结 Thai overall Thai summary. Okay, tie it all together. 总统 oh hey yeah 总统 is how my parents say president in Fujianese. 总统 is the classic one. 总统 for me, but obviously there are other ways to say president, probably for different types of president. We already had like ways to say a leader, a head of something, a founder. 总裁 I don't know what 才 is. Interesting. And then right, ooh, wait, what? Wealth? Or saber wealth? Oh, you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of politics as well. Oh, okay. Anyways. 副总统 Gotta make sure I don't say 总统, which is not how you say that.
总
Oh, it's not president. It's overall.
查
Cha. To examine. Oh, it's not investigate, right? Cha is investigate. How does it relate to investigate? No, it's very different. Very different. Charlie Brown is inside the lobby of the auditorium, playing with his dollhouse. Of course, Charlie Brown would be playing with his dollhouse. He examines it and discovers it has no dolls. So instead, he uses sticks of incense to play with it. Wow, that's kind of depressing. That's kind of on brand. Some people stand by examining Charlie, wondering why the sad kid uses incense as dolls. Rip. Scrutinize. So I have an inspect, scrutinize, criticize, examine, look at, review, revise, and multiple versions of all of them. So now I'm not quite sure which one I'm thinking of. There is one that is closer to it. I don't remember. Oh, so many overlaps. They're so nebulous at the moment. Oh, here's investigation of all things. Using Kao Cha. Test and exam. All of these are gonna blur together without sentences. Charge the feeling to examine, but feel to detect. And then yeah, 警察 or police. Ugh.
查
Incense and dollhouse is all that is there, huh? Okay. Alright, we're fine. I guess the auditorium goers. Oh, maybe Charlie's doing the performing? That's kind of weird. Maybe a talent show? Oh, that's a sad talent show. Alright, I think we're good. Wait. Yeah.
验
Yen to check. Oh. Oh no, it's not. I'm thinking of Haiguan. No, no. Yan Cha or something. Yeah, I'm thinking of Yan Cha. They're combined. Yeah, this is examine as well. So Yan Cha is definitely one, I think. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where there is a horse party. Alright, lay it on me. The bathroom is so small that it only fits one horse. Yoshi checks that the horse is having a good time. Probably not. It seems like a lame party. Yoshi checks the time to see how much longer this will last before sitting on an egg waiting. So they pigeonhole the egg sitting. Alright. Horse, too big for the pawn shop party, huh? A horse party. I mean, it fits. Yoshi, Yoshi, you just turn everything into a monster, or turn into aminals doing things. Checks. I think checks could get lost in it though. Okay. To experience. 经验. Pass through check. Experience. 实验. 实验 true check. Okay, autopsy. Oh no, I'm not feeling this one. 验尸, like I'm not feeling check for this. Well, experiment is okay. Right? True check. So you're experimenting too. Okay. Experience, I guess. Pass through as in previous experiences. So like you're checking on previous experience and check on it. Get experience, or like pass through and check on it. You get experience. Yeah, okay. And then this is to check death, autopsy. That actually checked. This one is quite good.
验
Yeah. Okay. Ah! I don't want to talk about it.
验 茶
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
总
Mm-hmm.
赢
Mm-hmm. Alright, time to lock in. It's okay, let's lock in.
地球
地球绕着太阳转，
信用卡
我可以用信用卡吗？
亮点
这新手机的亮点是
Uh-oh.
体积
计算房屋的体积，
人人 高兴
我很高兴你能来。
读 邮箱
检查邮箱，
衬衫
这件衬衫的后身太长了。
Oh no, that's a weak one. Okay, got it.
演唱会，
那场演唱会非常精彩。
非法，
非法活动，
衬衣，
可机洗的衬衣，
Okay.
心脏，
他的心脏停止了跳动。
交换，
交换意见，
Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, hold up.
景，
Oh no, not Japanese. Don't do it. Don't do. I'm stuck. It's gone. We just got that in the right character, Japanese. Oh wait, I could link them together though.
字典，
在字典里查一个字，
This is actually the same definition. Character dictionary. 字典。
一再，
他一再拒绝我们的邀请。
Or repeat it right here.
静，浓，主要，
主要任务，
Or I guess, or like must have. I guess must works. Yeah, or important. Important. That's good too. What am I looking at? Wait. Uh,
书，
oh no. I sort of forgot this yesterday. And then now. Ah. Oh. Okay, we're fine.
破，飘，
I can't spell. I can't spell. Oh, okay. That's how you spell it.
邮票，
这是一张旧邮票。
What? Oh, I screwed up.
搬运，
他们正在搬运家具到新公寓里。
Double transport.
山，胃，
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
拿到，
他拿到了证书。
层，
Okay. Oh my, what was that? What did I write there? Okay, maybe like in main. Okay, that's fine.
Zhi.
Oh. Woo! Oh, wait. Hold up. Oh, I missed the end.
广场。
时代广场位于纽约市，
外界。
和外界隔绝。
What am I looking at? No, that's not it. Okay. Why do I just want to YOLO? YOLO. It's not. Oh.
追查。
追查车祸原因，
What? Maybe investigate is good. Undertake? Oh, I typed the wrong tone, that's fine. You like chase after? Thought pursue is good. It's to investigate. Yeah, that's fine. We're fine. We'll be fine. Oh, What is that? I think this is about the only time I used it too. Maybe like I wanna let's do jerk reflex. That's not it. that's
马上。
请马上让我知道。
邮件。
电子邮件，
What is that? What are you? Can I just go straight to... Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, come on. Wait. Hold up. Oh, that's like a puppet or something, right?
消失。
这些问题不会自行消失的。
Lose, disappear. Eliminate. Okay.
降。
This is a puppet.
Xiang.
That's just good. We're purely gut feeling so far. Maybe a couple slowdowns here and there.
支持
我完全支持这个建议。
支持
桥记
that kind of fit.
住明年
你明年几岁？
Oh, that's a necklace. Fine. Necklace pendant. Pendant is part of necklace.
感情
你要理解他的感情。
请进
Wait, what's going on? What? Oh.
讲师
我听不到讲师。
So what happened here? This one's oh like
多
yeah,
云
今天多云。
I missed the N. So what happened here? We gotta push. I have no idea.
"大概
大概下午5点。
追求
追求知识。
I can't spell I spell pursue so wrong. Sorry. English things, it's fine.
把握
把握自己的命运。
Or C's, yeah. Necklace. What? Wait, what? Oh. Wait. Is this not? Oh, it's not. How am I messing it up? What? Probably you. Oh, I guess it's. Really? Huh.
教室
我在教室里学习。
Really? Or did I mess up the other thing? No.
记录
护士把病人的体温记录下来。
Oh, I was pronouncing it different. I was pronouncing it incorrectly in my head. Ilu. Oh, because it's not Li, that's Lu. Okay. That's not thread on the left. I was paying attention to the right too much. Tilu.
去
What am I looking at? Oh no, wait. I got it. I got it. Alright.
宣布，
政府宣布进入紧急状态。
日，直升机，
这架直升机很大。
That's not it. Oh, this is. Oh no, they are really. Okay, hold up. Oh, it's not. I meant to type begin, not being.
切片，
土豆切片后用油炸。
领，
I still don't know what I'm looking at. I think we're gonna have to block this one out, right? I feel like let's do like this. Okay. Oh, we're gonna block this one out. Done? How does done work? Oh yeah, it's the Zelda thing. I try to weave done into da and the, but that just doesn't work. Huh. How did the done work? Mouth, head. So what is Zelda? Let's create something. What is Zelda doing in the? I guess Zelda's trying to negotiate a problem with heads and mouths. Ugh. Yeah, that one's not great.
还， 握手，
握手表示感激。
I don't know what will show it. A helicopter.
创新，
我们必须创新。
What am I looking at? What?
"录音，
那段讲话的录音。
It is a well, it's a sound recorder, but it records things.
咱们，
I don't
咱
know
们
what
喝一杯。
咱们 How do we down? Alright, there's an annoying mouth and a nose. Oh, it's a nose. Well, the nose doesn't come in as a group and won't leave. Yeah. Just dealing with the disgruntled peeps. That's what I got as well. It's fine. How does this work? It's not literal. Right? I don't know, like... Oh, it is. I swear I wrote... Did I not write shake hands? I could have sworn I wrote shake hands. What did I... Oh no. I don't know what I wrote first time. Oh, it doesn't change what I think it was. Huh. I don't know what I wrote now. Shaking hands. Did I write shaking hands and it didn't count? Oh, what's that? Oh no, that's wah. Wah. Huh. Oh, that's Wait, I figured out what this was. And it's gone. Oh, I think it's or begin or maybe not. I don't know. I thought that was shake hands. That's the start. I have no idea what I typed though.
Ning.
How do you do a... Okay.
正
Why do I want to just... Yeah.
强烈
他强烈的否认了指控。
强烈. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank on Leah. Oh, like strongly, I guess. What happened here? No idea. Oh, wait. No, I have no idea. Oh, is this gonna be another block? I think this is gonna be another block. Do I have a guess? I think the Slender Man thing is what's making me Oh no. Maybe it's the gate that's throwing me off. Yeah, this is a block. I did type. Oh, I might have typed B instead of Bing. I might have typed B instead of Bing. It's what I think it is. But I must have typed B. Oops. Not it. This is continue, so I don't know how you interpret that. I thought this was it's not. Somehow I knew it was G. Era? I knew this was G, right? Era, oh, the snake era. This is gonna be blocked. There's nothing to it other than needing examples. I don't think era is gonna help unless I have some other thing. I think that's an exception. Ooh.
赶忙，
他赶忙穿上外套就出门了。
Oops, that's not how you spell that.
并
That's a weak one too.
救护车，
他工作时开救护车。
Oh. What happened here? Something's wrong with the left? I'm drawing a... Oh, I'm drawing a blank. Why? Okay, hold up. If I want to type that, no, that's not it. I shouldn't be having a problem with this one. But looking at that character closely, that's made things more complicated. We're just gonna do a block on this. Okay, that's fine. It's one of those of a block. I don't want to move it.
据说
据说他很聪明。
庆祝
庆祝国庆。
谈话
请不要打断我们的谈话。
烈酒
大家都喝了不少烈酒。
继而
他先是停下来思考，继而做出了决定。
I like and so then yeah. Or so then.
"证据
法庭需要更多的证据。
成设碗筷
把碗筷摆好。
挂
Okay.
类似
类似情况。
Oh, what? Oh, yeah.
命运
命运有时候是无法预测的。
解决
这个问题我已经解决了。
明显
很明显他在撒谎。
预报
气象预报明天有雪。
同类
他们是同类。
人类
全人类都住在地球。
血管
他的血管破裂了。
That's how you spell vessel. Ah, dang it! I hit the wrong button there.
规定，
请遵守游戏规定。
预计，
他预计明天会到达。
Forehand. Kind of like plan. What are you going for?
低调，
他是个低调的人。
环境，
我们必须保护环境。
利， 显眼，
他戴着一顶显眼的大红帽子。
Obvious to the eyes, like obvious, clear, obviously. Conspicuous. Oh, showy. Oh, okay. Yeah. Obvious to. Oh, yeah. That's. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep getting conspicuous though. Oh, what is that? Earthworm? No.
盾，声调，
这个字是什么声调？
Not coal. That's not coal.
性， 容，
expect? Okay. Fine. I used my gut and it failed.
Xu,
Hold. Dang it! Pulled the trigger too soon.
入境，
入境时请排队。
另类，
她是一个另类的女孩。
What is this? Why do I want to? Ah, man. I have such a block. Oh,
恐怕
恐怕是
I went for it. Thought it was. Oh, it's Xian.
失望
失望的消息让他难过。
Right?
线
What was it? Consp-
意 你呢？
每月2次，你呢？
玉 京剧
我喜欢看京剧表演。
排
Oh, I hit the wrong. Sorry. Sorry.
“广播
我每天晚上听新闻广播。
理解
你要理解他的感情。
各种各样
他有各种各样的想法。
是
What? Oh. 江 Wait, a spike and words. Oh, ding. Ding Wei. What am I doing? Ding Wei.
“浪
Oh. Whoops. It's fine. It's ban.
乐团。定位。
我今天打电话给餐厅定位。
What happened here? Oh, wait.
精彩。
他的发言很精彩。
Oh my gosh. There's some rough ones. Okay. Zhang is the worst. I think Zhang is the worst. And I think that's my only Zhang. Zhangmin. Yeah, and it's I think it's the only thing too. Yeah. That's just gonna have to be reinforced with context. Context sentences. Dunman. And then there was one other, right? I just blocked for some time. It was Qing. Qing was just lost all of a sudden. So many Qings, so fine. Even like Qingming. Even Qing is to celebrate. Okay. What time is it? 11:13 p.m. All right. Let's do these. I got one last thing to do. Okay. I took a quick bathroom break though. All right. Let's look. So. Oh, and I gotta make sure I don't mess up deer with Qing. Qing and deer, I do deary. Although Yi looks not Qing. All right. Have deer. Couple. Yeah, Yi. Oh no, not Yi. Li. Li. The horse party. Oh, who? Oh, this is Yen. Cha. Oh no, these are kind of rough. Dong. Ying. Yeah. Oh. Outing. Yo, yeah. Wait. Excellent pass? Excellent pass is good? Superior? Oh no. Yo, yeah, might be a problem. Yeah. Zhong Zhu. Mao Xian. Xie Li. No, not Xie Li. Xie Ya. Xie Ya. Ye Hui. Jiao Ji. Wait, hold up. Oh yeah, Jiao Ji. That's fine. Wei Xian. Wei Xian. Wei Xian. Wei Xian. Dong Xiang Xian. Wei Xian. Wei Chu. Wei Chu. Ying Che. Ya Li. Bao Xian. Oops. Bao Xian. Bao Xian. All right. Got Link. Bathroom of his house, enjoying something, and a married couple. A beautiful. A beautiful married couple comes in. His parents comes in and just says hi, we're peacing out. Pretty good. Elvish married couple, you know. Okay. And we have Yoshi in the bathroom of the pawn shop. He's trying to get into the bathroom. There's a bunch of... Oh, and the married couple was on deer. The deers were beautiful too. The deer were beautiful as well. Everything was beautiful, you know. Let's see. Trying to get in, but there was a horse. Horse blocking the way because there was a party going on in the bathroom. There was a lot of horsing around, if you get my drift. And Yoshi is a little depressed, so he just sits. He was trying to check out on the party, but he couldn't. It's horse butt everywhere. So he just sits on his eggs and wait, and he'll check again later. We have Charlie in the auditorium trying to do a performance, maybe like try to do a talent show. So he had a dollhouse, but he forgot his dolls. So instead, he uses a bunch of incense. As placeholders. Right. But the audience examines it. What a weird, sad kid, right? Why is he, upon examination or scrutiny, is scrutinized for using incense instead of dolls? Why? Now we have Zelda captured, placed in the basement of a temple. So Zelda taking advantage of that. You might as well improve her overall health. So she pulled up a silk mat, and a radio. It's a cushiony imprisonment and radio, and begin to work on her diet of corn stalks and hearts. Maybe it's a new fad diet, right? To improve her overall health despite being captured and imprisoned. Alright. And then now we have Yoshi. How does this work? Yoshi in the English manner. Oh, having a competition between Yoshi and I don't know, what was it? Yoshi and shellfish? I forgot the middle one. Yeah, shellfish. So it's Yoshi and shellfish versus death and a mouth. I guess their goal was to hold on to Moon. Let's just say a Moon statue. And whoever wins gets, and the victor gets some crazy pills. Not really crazy pills, just some pills. For whatever reason. I'm pretty sure the top is cut off, right? Yeah, the top is cut off. Okay. You know, we got some special mentions, right? Young. Oops. John. Which is part of we. Or actually I, sort of. Always just use we. And what is another one? Ting, which is oh my god. Art and Foreman. Yeah, Ting. Celebrate. I think that's it. Those are the two learning ones. Alright, folks. Wrap for HanziHero today. For hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, yes. Always feel free to follow along, right? HanziHero for yourself. Maybe even follow along with Anki or something. I'm sure something similar like this, Anki. Always fun to talk about random things, maybe cross-cultural things. Got a chance to talk about like sharing some aspirations for studying abroad, cultural exchange, what have you. So I quite get caught up a lot of times talking about marrying, integrating, making relational connections between multiple languages, or learning a language reveals a lot about the self too. When you're actively evaluating the process of learning and whatnot, you can learn quite a lot about yourself and the people around, and how you interact with other people. Communication skills, right? Emphasizing communication skills, learning how to express yourself. As much as one can demonstrate things and doing things, the act of demonstration is quite involved in how to express things, right? When you're expressing things, it doesn't have to be explicitly verbal. It can be shown, and showing doesn't necessarily mean the same as just doing. I think it's very different when someone says to themselves they're trying to demonstrate something by doing it, versus I'm doing it because I want to, I can. Oftentimes there's elements of needing to figure out how to make it so that it can be followed along, right? I try a bit, but some things are falling by the wayside. Like I'm trying to, in the interest of time, I've been expediting my thought process. In the future, maybe I can slow down and talk about the thoughts that come in my head. But now I'm like starting to move over to more complex stuff. So things move fast and loose. There's no like constant deliberation. I try to illustrate some of the stuff. So the stuff that comes quickly, that's gut feeling now. So everything that just comes along really quickly and I don't say anything, I'm practicing on trying to feel most of the things out. And then whenever we get to stopping points, that's when I start voicing and some stuff, talk about out loud, like going through the ropes and whatnot. And for Chinese, I haven't been really reciting too much. I like to recite when I can, but I'm also preserving my voice for other tasks over time. However, I am, after I've gotten so used to saying like 报警, right? 报警, yo yeah, right? Yo yeah. A lot of times now that's happening in my head. So I'm reciting either in my head through listening or reading something, or speaking itself. So it's always going to be some sort of combination of everything throughout the process. And that's to demonstrate that you can do all of these things, or you can do some of them. You can stagger a bit of them. And for myself, it's become more like physical taxing than intellectual taxing. Anyways, feel free to come on by, drop and share some experiences, exchange some war stories, figurative war stories, or literal. Like, I welcome the more elderly, experienced people to share other things. I mean, even now, right? So until next time, for those who are only interested in Chinese, right? 大家下次见. See you next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for the last segment, which is to upkeep the Neverwinter stuff. All right, folks. I'll be right back. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is Monday again. Well, not much of Monday left. This is week 6, and most things after week 5 we're getting into the live service part. I don't expect another milestone thing, but we'll see. We can kind of see at the end of today. I've already voiced most of my opinions regarding the maybe middling experience this time around. I think this is has far more of a backward step than a forward step. There are some interesting takes here and there that seems like a great thing to preserve, but I feel like this particular choice, a lot of the choices that were made, feels like it's coming from not the same person that did the last possibly 3 modules. Perhaps they're cycling people, or maybe there's a change of leadership or whatnot. We're getting into the second phase. I call it the post content phase. So the remaining stuff have stayed consistent generally. So most of them are just average days. Unless I see something else. There wasn't any patch notes dealing with there have been some active patching, but not particularly in the area of quality of life or anything dealing with, not something substantially dealing with the experience, right? We're gonna hop in. I think we're just gonna do one character. I really do feel like the experience in this particular module have been incredibly deflating, despite the very strong showing for the other stuff like writing and environment. Let's go right into it. What time? Let's take a track of time. I think the new group, so it introduced a new group of repeatables, and it does look like it's completely grouped together. I just happened to coincidentally land on very specific repeatables. Oh, and the weekly quest is cool. It's really cool. I think it might actually be slightly on par with the others. If you do 3 tasks, it might actually take slightly less time. So perhaps we'll do that again to show. Yeah. So we got everything, right? Everything's good. We get to turn in our weekly activity from last time. And in the back. All right. So, what kind of tasks do we have? Yeah, we can go down to raves and then go and do the weekly, right? Pile of corpse. I don't think I've ever done pile of corpse. Have I? I think you have to go around. Yeah, you do have. Oh no, I have off stream. This one is kind of rough actually. Trying to think how you would weave this in. Now we'll do the banishing of the wraiths and then do the weekly, right, for 15. It is 15. Which, if I think about doing 3 tasks, can I accomplish the weekly in the time it takes in the time to do 3 tasks? I think it's about similar, so we'll just do it since it's available. Just gonna jump like here. Hug the wall, right? Keep hugging the wall. Ow. I hope I can find a way down here without destroying my face in the process. Got rubber banding. What? Someone took out some of the wraiths. Yeah, some of the wraiths are missing. So, that's okay. I think it's like similar time. Not the greatest, but also not the worst. It's about mid. So this is about like B rated. Oh great, I triggered the assassin thing again. Amazing. Gotta make sure I don't miss. Okay. Yeah, it takes quite a while. The question is, can I complete 3 repeatables in the time it takes to do this? Probably. And on average, it's probably gonna be slightly below this. So it's more like a B and a C. B to C grade. Even with movement speed. Now we do the maze of clearing these guys out. Oh, actually, there's wraiths here too. So these wraiths probably count. Maybe. That'd be kind of nice. Unless this is not considered being in the instance. Oh, wait. Oh, we don't. No, I was about to say. Oh, we don't have to do the maze again. That's kind of neat. Alright, so we do save some time there. The switch is on the outside of the gate. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. That saves maybe 20 seconds-ish. Maybe a minute. Okay. Oh, I could have swapped, wait. Am I safe to stand in this? Sort of. Okay. Okay. Off we go. Okay. All right. That's right. We can grab the extra 5, which does involve a little bit of legwork. You know what? So this gives an extra 5. I wasn't paying attention last time, but it does give 5 currency. Pick whatever you can get. Nickel and dime you for your playtime. I think shielded characters should only have to mitigate. It can't be immune. I think immune. Silly. For those commander guys. Yeah, you have to like run all the way back. Okay. Oh, and these hallways always lock your companion into facing walls. That happens too. And this thing is placed way too close to Mr. Grave Robber here. Okay. Nope. I was testing if you still get charmed when you're battle rage, and of course you do. Of course you get charms while you're in battle rage. Yeah, so we get 15 and we pop back out here. Oh, it didn't count the raves either. So that's disappointing. Okay though. You know. Okay. All right. So I got an extra bonus 5, right? I'm waiting for an assassin to pop up because assassins are F tier. Big Fs. Okay, so we have the rat pack, which goes along with burning the burial sites. Demand and supply. Yeah. Okay. And for that, again, most disagreeable choice. So we're gonna go burn these guys, then start on the pile. Supplies, I feel, is a little bit quicker than rations. They're about the same. So kinda B-ish. Oh, someone cleared it out for us. Nice. Okay. Ooh. That saves time. Silver lining. Oh, actually, this will take us down. We're really close. Hoppity hoppity. I think you can sneak these. Oh, we're up here too, so we can do the pages. And of course the assassin shows up. Just defeats of assassins. F tier. It adds negative time to everything. Okay. Back. We need all of these guys. One, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Don't. Oh, come on. Wait. Oh. Heck. Hello? There's that one guy over there too. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't. Yeah, interactions are... interact timers are... lack of a better word, superfluous. Well, legitimately just there to inflate game time. We can sneak the... gain weight. Take us down here and then over there. No Fs, please. No Fs. Personally, I like the idea of having like the event repeatables where all the repeatables are displayed and you can pick which repeatable to do, and that's it. And then when you complete them and you turn them in, they just show up again. So instead of forcing a random thing, which personally that's fantastic if they were largely treated equal, but they're not. Having repeatables displayed as separate things and just picking the repeatables you want to do, and maybe like putting a cap of 3 each or something, then sure, if you want to inflate time. But the idea that you are even the task is up to RNG, and the task that you like or not is still affected by your design choice, like weeklies and whatnot. Having a choice of which repeatables you do is kind of nice too. I mean, what they did is they separated into 3 people, so you can hope that one of the individuals like it, but you're going to pick up all 3 because you want to have as many quests active in the field as possible, especially to offset. You've registered PDF files. Is it cool if you chill in here? There's a new law in your state says you have to announce your status even online. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Registered PDF file. Sure. I don't know what that means. Okay, so medicinal wraiths again. All right. And undead. Oh, okay. That's actually a pretty nice group. You did your time. I see. Oh, I see. Fair enough. Okay. Medicinal. So medicinal is it's okay. This is like a C. It's definitely a C. The Shamblers, you know, if the Shamblers were a little bit more generous, could be a B. Definitely a C. Alright. Give me 2. Come on, don't be stingy. 1. Alright. Fair enough. Stingy little guys. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Not like this. Come here. Alright. 1. Maybe they can't give more than 1. That's kind of stingy. Yeah, this is, yeah, we're gonna downgrade this. This is totally a C. You get a C. Alright. Oh, come on, buddy. My coral is not with you. Right. 10? I would take 10. I think this would be a B if it was 10. But it is not 10, it is 20. And that's like pinching pennies. Come on. Oh, there's a 2. Okay. So it is possible to get more than one. So if you get unlucky, you have to wait for respawns. Or you can wait for the herbs to be oh, you can get 3. Never mind. So unlucky. Unlucky. Go grab the wraiths. The wraiths also have undead in it. Things. That's pretty good. Undead is S tier. Wraiths, A tier. Wraiths definitely A tier. Actually, I'm not sure how many of those things are undead down there. Ow. Hello, game. Register the incline, please. I appreciate it. Only 4 wraiths here? Huh. Okay. Hmm. 6 wraiths. Where did the other 2 go? Pretty sure. Oh. The 2 are up here. Okay. Alright. Oh, there's actually not. There are actually 9. Oh, come on, you little zombie chicken. Alright. It's another 15. Where are we? We can do 2 more rounds and then do the weekly. That gives us 100. We're at 15 minutes. 15-20 minutes. Not too bad. It's definitely slower than the vanilla group in the beginning. Like before they introduced the 2 additional repeatables. The overall time went up. She didn't land on goofy ones. Oh, that's pretty. These are good. Come on. Oh, come on. It landed on Slay Assassin, Red Ambush. That is like, that's not F tier. That's like, I can't even describe how ridiculous that is. Having an assassin as one of the repeatables. Makes me want to scream. Okay. And now we go grab the trolls. Trolls, definitely A tier. Was it always 10? I thought it was 6. Trolls? Trolls are like S. We're gonna have to go with that. The bar is fairly low. Undead and trolls, definitely pretty good. Yep. And then we can't do assassins because whoever decided that is it's a crying shame that someone thought that's a great idea. Probably the most disagreeable part of last week. Finding out that one of the repeatables require you to slay an assassin. That's like, hey, I came up with this great mechanic for the zone thing, and you're obligated to do it. Rejoice. Rejoice in my cleverness. That means we're probably not going to do it quickly. So rations. Ration is the same person. We can't double up on that ever. Vanishing Act. Vanishing Act is pretty lukewarm as well. We're like dwindling down to the worst stuff. Vanishing Act is C. Rations B because of pathing. Do it this way. One here. And we go over here. Got the cart. On the cart here. Okay. And then gotta clear these guys out. Okay. Got this. Then there's one in the little where the special spawn is, and then two in the corner. Go around here. Loop in. Side, whoop. Here, go through here. Corner. And then those, there's one over. That's not the dirt. Okay. So grab this. Still can't get assassins back up. Right. Need to get the assassins to actually do the quest. Uh-oh. The server stopped responding. All of a sudden. Well, that's one way. That's one way to get you to stop. Server stop responding. I don't think there is a... No, I don't think there's a maintenance. Huh. Weird. We'll give it a... Okay. Yep. It's been a while since that happened. I don't know what triggered it. Okay. Anyways, we're back. Go over here. Do this vanishing act. And hopefully doing the vanishing act causes enough to trigger the assassin, right? The assassin, so you can take out an assassin. The thing about repeatables is repeatables, in my opinion, at minimum, should be accessible, not on a time basis. I think that is salting wounds on how disagreeable this module has been. One key. Joy. How many times has 9 gone back and forth from bed and ashes? What's that even? Oh, 3 keys. No keys. Need healer. Don't need cube. That's kind of funny. Whoever thought needing a cube do damage to a mob is also an interesting choice in this module. Yeah, you guys can chill. Okie dokie. Yeah, C. This is C. C territory. Especially the interaction stuff. Like, I think that I don't understand, honestly, that part. Having long interaction times. It adds up. It does add up though. Well, I without saying too much, I understand what they're trying to do, but I don't like having to justify. Amazing. My input got eaten there and then caused me to stand still for a very, very long time. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, game. And now I have no keys. Because I needed those mobs. And these guys don't give keys. Oh, so aggravating. So infuriating. Happened again. Ate my input. Somehow they're like extra strong too. I almost want to downgrade this. Right, because like, look, now you have to wait. You have to wait for respawns. It's exactly 10, obviously, but it's not 10. It's 20. Let's double that. I think 10 and below makes up for acceptable decrease in weeklies. I think weeklies still gonna be a sore spot. Yep, still gotta wait on assassins. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. That means I'm turning in 10 at a time. We can grab the last 15, then we'll be one short. It's already ballooned to an hour. Yeah, and you're always gonna get supplies. One area. That person will always stick you with somewhere in there. We can go here, grab the stuff, and then TP to East Plaza. And since you're kind of avoiding attacking peeps, I'm gonna go around nonsensically attacking things to generate the thieves. That's not the thieves, the assassins. Silver lining. They made the thieves or the assassin thing come up faster, so I guess that kind of offsets the having. Offsets having that quest in the first place. Just not having the quest would be fantastic. I think they're legitimately very few ways to justify that there's an upside to having this quest. Red ambush. Konbawa. Hello. Good evening. How are you? Hello, hello. How are you today? Alright, let's see. No whammies. No whammies. Is it cleared out? It usually gets cleared out because this is a bottleneck. anything that deals with this particular cubby hole is a bottleneck or quest. So we have to switch instances because there's someone already there. They probably killed 2, so we have to go through the cycle of taking out all of them and waiting for a respawn. They might as well change the instance. We're missing 1. Hate my input. Okay. Oh, assassins are up. Hooray! Now I can complete this thing. And how do I complete it? By running around and wasting time. Oh, actually, let me just go back and turn the last 2 in. Hope to complete the 2 and then slay an assassin. Although I would be done by now. I would be done precisely this moment if quest like Red Ambush wasn't superfluously roped into it. Like, just placed it in there. Remove it, please. What I have to say to that? Remove it, please. Still got another 3 weeks. Thrall, okay. So I saw Thrall and rations again because we only have those 2 guys. So you get, after you get this assassin person, when you land on assassin, you get stuck with the 2 separate ones. Was it intentional? Possibly. Possibly. Where are you, assassin? Heroic encounters? Forget about it. Nebula? Forget about it. Assassins? Forget about it. Weeklies, like the weeklies, even the intro weekly, forget about it. Oh, that's the Neberoth message. Yeah, you and then trial, forget about it. So it's like over 50% of the content, like, nah, hard pass. It's kind of a soft pass for the trial, but time zone. Let's see. Yeah. So we didn't end up completing the assassin quest, so I guess we'll just leave it for next time. We do have to complete it at some point. I've been doing well. How are you? What are you up to? Oh, this is rations. Life's been busy, been better, but trucking on studying kanji right now. I see. Is this a downtime for you, or like, is that new? Was there a point when you weren't studying kanji because of other things? And life's been less busy now or something, so now you have time for some kanji. Back on the grind. I think it's pretty steady here. Pretty steady. We spent most of last month playing Clear Obscure, so very, very much the highlight. You think you got a comfortable point where you can comfortably concentrate on kanji? Before it was more hirakana, katakana, vocab, stroke orders. I see. Stroke order. No pitch accent, huh? Oh, here's the assassin. Not the greatest time to have one. Highlighted right on trap. Amazing. And the assassin killed me because it got the jump and it did a crit to my face. So thank you. Thank you, heckin' Cryptic. Worst thing in the world. Thank you, Cryptic. Easily below like not even F tier. It should be delete tier. Just delete it. Delete the quest. Remove the quest from the queue. For a second you thought I was playing Wizard 101? I can kind of see that actually. Now Japanese learning has been sentence structure, vocab, and kanji. So how is it that stroke order? Did you just decide like, nah, stroke order is like another time or something like that? Where does stroke order fit into all of that? Wizard 101. I think that game is still running, isn't it? I know the picture of Wizard. I think it's still running, right? 2008. Got 5 years on Neverwinter. You think choke order for how to write? Oh, but you got come from that. Also, vocab and kanji is hand in hand, so save time also. Yeah, it pretty much is. You think this is the fun part of learning a language? Oh, that's interesting. Fair enough. Alright, so we get these things. We can sell these things. Combat Avenger 20 while in location on Sword Coast. Interesting. Do I see any flips? Nope. Minimum design. Yep. Nothing added to it, right? That's it. Okay. Maybe some store related thing? No, I don't think so. No, not really. I think that's it. I'll do my other one other character. I think we'll do 2 characters. It's a good time to do that. Let's see if I got unlucky this time. So that took over an hour. Sort of, isn't it? So we can do this in less. 12:30. 12:30. So, have you been doing your Japanese studies ever since, or is this something that you set time aside to do, like infrequently, or do you just do this every day? Place of surveillance. Why are there only 2? Wait, what is going on? What is this pointing to? Oh, yeah. What is going on? Oh, is it? Oh. Is it this one here? No, it's not. Oh, I know where it is. Yeah, so what are you learning right now? You do 4 vocab a week. Hold up. 1 second. You do 4 vocab a week. Every 3 days is a lesson of some sort, which is mainly bigger. Every 3 days, okay. Like grammar or sentence structure, but daily you do quick quizzes like Duolingo for Alphabet, another app for numbers. Ah, okay. It sounds like a solid routine. How long have you been going about doing that? So we need to go over there. I also need to up there. You're just having a hard time finding a way to practice your speaking. I think that's fine. You can just do it much downstream. You don't have to juggle all those things, but if it does provide a source of motivation, then that is certainly something to consider. Probably 5 months. The prior 4 months to that was just finding the groove and the study flow and what studying looks like. What was the last time you did something like studying for stuff or working, like have a structure of some sort? What did you do before? Maybe something at work? Oh, I forgot the activities. Yeesh. Warden, keys. The zombie stags. Guess we're doing zombie stags. Ugh. Stags are D tier. Probably basketball. You joined a team last season. That was practice every 2 days, and then a game 1 to 2 times a week. Oh, I see. Are you still doing the basketball thing, or is it like some sort of off season? Interesting. Guess it's C tier if you're on a tank. Nope. F tier because of another player. It's a D tier. D tier stuff. Off season now, your friend talked you into volleyball, so you start that next week. Never played in your life, but you did start watching IQ, hoping that helps. That's kind of funny. Did you watch all of Haikyuu? What position are you gonna... What position do you jive with? I'm not sure if that's how your volleyball thing. You're probably gonna do a cycle kind of rotational volleyball. Probably. On episode 12, you think you're back. You think you're in the back. Oh, okay. Oh, joy. It's the heckin' assassin again. Alright, I'm gonna take my chances. I'm gonna take my chances that I don't get that utterly gross, disagreeable, gross quest. This one's pretty gross though. You got sidetracked though and somehow ended up watching Slam Dunk. Oh, I see. What about Kokoro no Basket? No Basket. Yeah. Kokoro no Basket. I think that's what it's called. I watched all of that. I didn't watch all of it. I didn't start with Slam Dunk yet. Oh yeah, it's great. You cosplay as one of the characters back in 2015. Slam Dunk. You're that tall? Kidding, kidding. As far as I know, those guys are like 9 feet tall. Oh, a Kokoro. Okay. Sorry, English units, but all of them are giants. I mean the Slam Dunk guys. Kokoro had some tall guys, but not really. It's more like a friendship type of show. Which character did you go as? I've watched a lot of sports anime. Although, now that I think about it, I haven't watched a lot of very obvious ones too. I think right now, what is it? Windbreaker? I have not watched that. Which one is that? We're talking about like classic ones, like Cross Game, Hajime no Ippo, Prince of Tennis. brown oh. Is that his name? Yeah, I don't remember. Like, oof. Pardon me on that name thing. I remember which one that is. Have you seen Cross Game before? It's kind of, I think it's kind of like Kokoro no Basket. Less so IQ, but more Kokoro no Basket. Is it old? It's kind of. It looks retro too. It's also meant to look retro. It's about baseball. Cross Game. It does get really caught up in baseball. Yeah, baseball. Fairly long. It's about family values as well. Baseball. It's a very well regarded one. I didn't watch like here's a few that I didn't watch. Yuri on Ice. That sent a lot of waves. The cycling one. Unless Windbreaker is the cycling one. There's a running one. I didn't watch the cycling or the running one. There's a comedy one about dumbbells, lifting dumbbells. You think Yuri on Ice won Anime of the Year? Yeah, I haven't seen that. So there are some obvious sports ones that when I say I've seen a lot of sports anime, I haven't seen a lot of obvious too that I'm getting around to. I don't have any peepos. Like, we watch anime, but typically it's void of sports, so I would have to pick up the sports. The thing that I've recently done in terms of anime is I watch 1,123 episodes of One Piece. So I'm like current, sort of. I'm near current. I'm at the arc before the current arc, which I'm just gonna let them go about doing that. So the last 4 or 5 months I watched that. It does help that you just listen to it, right? It does help that if you have Japanese under your belt, I suppose. And I'm gonna start Gintama soon. So Gintama is gonna be my immersion. Oh, and of course I get the assassin quest. Of course I get the assassin quest. You started Gintama? I started Gintama before, and I kind of stopped at season 1, so I'm just gonna start from the beginning again. It kind of gets serious right away. I mean, like, wait. How many episodes are you in to Gintama? All its arcs are a slice of life comedy set up for serious and then repeats. Episode 11, yeah, your current arc is about to get serious. So every it's a serialized shonen, so it goes through periods. It's defined as your shonen. Like One Piece goes through the same serialized pattern, along with, you know, Naruto, My Hero Academia, and that all around feel. Yeah, so I will probably try to use Gintama as my source of wind down Japanese starting soon. Although I do want to pick up a one shot series for the time being. Before I start Gintama, because then I just do it regularly. Have I seen Death Parade? Yes, I have. That's over 10 years ago, though. I actually saw the premiere of its one shot. Like, what I mean is, I saw it when the director was premiering it at Otakon as a sneak peek to an upcoming series. And then I watched Death Parade when it came out. But I watched the first, like, demo. It wasn't the first episode of Death Parade. It was like a middle episode when they were like doing a promo for it, a pilot for Death Parade. I really liked the concept. Has it been? I don't know. I think it's been more than 10 years, right? Or it's close to 10 years. Check me. Like, give me a double check. I don't know date off the top of my head, but I feel like it's very close to 10 years, if not more than 10 years. Okay, yep. That's a wild guess because I would have been plus or minus 1 year. I'm usually like plus or minus 1 or 2 years off. It does help that I saw the promo in 2014 for Death Parade, so I imagine that's pretty much it's been 10 years since I watched Death Parade. I really like it. I actually one of the band that does the intro to Death Parade is still going strong, and they're still keeping that like funk retro Americana thing going, the ballroom funk aesthetic going. The intro to Death Parade is amazing. Such a groove. Alright, so we have Zombie Stags, Vanishing Act, amazing. I feel like I shouldn't have done this, so man. Am I into slice of life? Yes, I've seen. Well, I watch a lot of anime. So, yeah, Bradio. I mean, I'm not into a lot of things. I watch things out of interest. So, Plays Further Than Universe is a great one season. I've seen that. Yeah. There are a lot of great slice of life ones for sure. Right now, the one shot that I'm thinking of in terms of, actually, I don't have a slice of life one shot on my thoughts. Yeah. You just watch seasonally, or how do you go about doing your anime? We've been through Cowboy Bebop and GTO. GTO has been more than 15 years. Cowboy Bebop has been more than 18 years, I guess. Outside, unless you count watching the live action version, Netflix's live action version of Cowboy Bebop. Or yeah. You go by feeling. You're feeling flaky though when it comes down to it. You'll start and end around episode 6. Oh, I see. Here's a slice of life mixed with comedy. Did you watch Sakamoto Day? I recently watched Sakamoto Day. That's pretty lighthearted. There's season 2 comes out next month. along with Dan because they're both published by Netflix, so they're on the same schedule or on a staggered schedule with each other, right? Yeah, right after each other. So Dan season 2. Barakumon. Remind me what that is. I don't know if I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that. That doesn't ring a bell to me. Pitch me. Pitch me, Barakumon. Ugh, F tier, F tier. I feel like this is getting downgraded to an F tier. Wow, 0 keys. F tier. F tier for days. One key. A calligrapher whose skill-wise perfect lose a competition and give it so his... No, I haven't seen it. Yeah, that doesn't sound familiar. Interesting. And then his dad sends him to the island the day he grew up, countryside, to get more humble and learn his own style. Basically teach him that it's not about tech, makes art beautiful. That's interesting. I like it. Maybe I'll watch that. That sounds great. Have you watched The March of Lions? Or Sangatsu no Raion? That's a different take on being good at something but learning something else and getting humbled by the meaning and value of life but being skilled at the same time, but in a different way. Not the arrogance and the humbling naive way, more like the distraught and out of touch way. It's 2 seasons long. I consider it a one shot because it's more like the 2 seasons and then that's it. You did, coincidentally, probably right after finishing Barakumon. Okay. Didn't finish it though. Yeah, that's kind of... It's the espresso depresso thing, right? When you're very skilled and you're on an island, you can be very isolated from the way you find rewards in life for being skillful and not understanding to appreciate and being detached from certain things that make life valuable. Yeah, well, that's a slice of life for you. Although it's kind of like an espresso depresso slice of life. If you want something fast paced, probably Look Back, the movie Look Back. That'll get your knickers in a bunch very rapidly. It's a movie, so inherently the movie has to be faster paced. Kind of idea about knowing and being grateful for the time you have, and then dealing with the idea of being good at something but following one's passion. It's a similar theme. Look Back has has very similar notes, but they wrapped it up in a very brisk 1.5 hour runtime. I do enjoy watching those type of topics. Meaning of life, motivation, that type of thing. Yeah, it's probably the anime, arguably the anime, one of the contenders for the anime movie of the year last year. Was it last year? It could have been last year. It's the guy, the fun part about that is it's the guy who wrote Chainsaw Man. Or, yeah, Chainsaw Man. I always say that because I watched that movie after I watched Chainsaw Man with the guys, so it's quite a pivot. It's I feel like maybe the mangaka or the writer was like writing something about their lives. It was not the same anime style. Different studio. Oh, Mappa did Chainsaw Guy, but this one is more like Shinkai stuff. So like Your Name and stuff, but a lot rougher around the edges. He has a very distinct style. I don't think it's but it's not the Mappa. It's not Mappa style. You think anime that left an impact on you? Taxi. You watch Taxi. That is a niche psychological depresso expresso down my alley type of thing that I don't often expect other people to watch. It's an oddball. You know, Taxi was fantastic. It does kind of remind me in a really weird way Taxi Driver, but it ended up not being Taxi Driver. Go to Injure Song. That is another one with a funky, yeah. What you call it? Odd Taxi. Have you seen the movie The Taxi Driver? Or Taxi Driver? Just know the. Like we're talking about the old Taxi Driver with Robert De Niro. It didn't end up that way, but I often wondered if Odd Taxi was giving off that. Is this the Korean movie or the one with Jimmy Fallon? No. The one with Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, the 1981. But which one is the one with the Scorsese? I think it was someone like Scorsese. It might be Kubrick. You know, it might be Scorsese now that, but it could be Kubrick. Oh, Scorsese. It's Scorsese. Yeah. Cinema, you know? Cinema. Sorry, sometimes when we get really far back, sometimes I get a Kubrick film mixed up sometime every once in a while. Cinema. Yeah, the end, how Taxi Driver ended up is not the same as Odd Taxi, but it deals with similar things, similar themes, like a person going through life, dealing with certain things, but he's not quite sure the like the mental state of the character is in play. And I really do enjoy watching a lot of different types of media dealing with mental states, because it's provocative. Taxi 2004, Queen Latifah and Jimmy Fallon. I feel like I know the poster for this film. Oh yes. Yee. Am I into Japanese films? Yeah, there was a time when I wanted to be a director, so we had to expand our eclectic we had to get a little cultured with our films. So Kurosawa is a must, right? Takeshi Miike Takeshi, or oh no, it's someone else. Ike Takeshi Kitanos. Well, you're gonna have to name a movie. I don't know who that is. Are you talking about? Well, I know Takeshi's Castle, but oh, you're saying That takes. Oh no! I misread your thing. I misread your thing. I misread your message. I thought you were typing Ike, but that's like. You're saying I think I might like Takeshi Kitano. I thought you were saying Ike, like as in a name. Well, I already saw Takeshi's Castle. Yeah, and also the reboot. In fact, actually the host of Takeshi's Castle was one of the voice actors in Like a Dragon. Yakuza 6, actually. Song of. He was one of the characters. The host for Takeshi's Castle. Kikujiro. Oh, I haven't seen this. Interesting. Yeah, Takeshi Kitano is his name. Yeah. In Yakuza 6, he's actually one of the characters. And when I was playing Yakuza 6, the Song of Life, I was like, why does this guy look so familiar? And then later on they rebooted Takeshi's Castle. Not Netflix, sorry. Amazon rebooted Takeshi's Castle. And when I saw him in the game, I was like, no way. And I just realized that he was actually Takeshi's Castle's original host. Yeah. You started Yakuza and you got Yakuza 0, but you do recommend Ujiro and Hanabi psychological films. I see. Man, here I thought you were gonna go straight into Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa of when it comes to Japanese cinema. Hard to pass by. Like Rashomon and Ran and Seven Samurai. Dealy. You never had the chance to get into Kurosawa besides Yojimbo. Yeah. Yojimbo does do be starting that. I thought you might have been talking about Miike. Takeshi. Or Takashi? Wait, hold up. Is it Takashi? No. Cheers. No, yeah, his name is Takashi. Takashi Miike. He's more recent. So 13 Assassins would be a great contemporary movie for Miike. Although that's not what he usually directs. He directs things like Ichi the Killer. Ichi the Killer is closer to some of the stuff he directs. He's an incredibly somewhat inconsistent he makes a lot of movies, like a lot of movies, but the most notable breakout is in the Western market is 13 Assassins. If you want to have a movie that is incredibly slow, stooping pace, like brooding, sluggish pace until the build up, until you have to like quite literally emotionally climax in the last 15 minutes, and it has to be like Kurosawa inspired, it's probably 13 Assassin. I feel like Miike knew exactly what he was doing in that movie. Most of his movies, you're not quite sure. Like Miike went before 13 Assassins, you're not quite sure what he's doing. Like when you're watching the movie, like you often ask yourself, where is he going with this? But 13 Assassin, it reminds me of who's the director? It reminds me a lot of Hideki Anno. Hideki Anno and in Shin Godzilla. I still haven't seen Zero. I haven't seen Zero yet. I did watch Shin Godzilla in theaters. Like a indie film theater. Hideyaki, sorry, I mispronounced his name. It's Hideyaki. What's his name? Hideyaki Anno. That one's good, great change of pace. I know, right? But it's the same build up. By chance have I seen Perfect Days? Is that the... No, I have not. Oh, this looks nice. I think I'm gonna watch Perfect Days. Oh, this looks pleasant. Wim Wenders. Is this like a multinational? This screams to me a multinational. Yep, multinational. I will immediately watch multicultural films. So that is gonna be something I'll watch this evening. It's being content with mundane life. Most of the films that I typically watch are being content with. It's called Modern Life. Modern Life is what I would call it. Like, I refer to it as modern life movies, and that is a very common Western genre. Modern life. So like a movie called Private Life is great. Private Life is pretty good. I like modern titles, but the names of their movies do not, like Win-Win. I think Western writers tend to write about a modern life. So just things that happen, and learn to appreciate what life throws at you in today's society, but Western society. But I haven't seen one that does a combination of, it looks like German and Japanese. Because when I looked at the names, it's a co-authoring. That's kind of neat. I love multicultural stuff. Sounds like your common kind of genre. It's kind of like slice of life in anime, but more about the serene and peacefulness instead of the absurdity of comedy and whatnot. And I quite like those. Like I watched an entire here's one that recently that I enjoy quite a lot in the Western film. I'm kind of a fan of Paul Giamatti in modern indie films. So most of the indie films he just plays that average Joe. That, like, while he gets like B positions in like comedies, you know, like blockbusters and stuff, he's always like the minor or is the supporting character. But whenever he picks up, when someone needs like an average Joe for a modern life movie, that's who he is most of the time. Was it that Christmas movie he did? Yeah, it kind of dealt with Christmas. Yes, the what is the name? The Holdovers. It does deal with Christmas, so you might, yeah, Holdovers, exactly. That movie was wonderful. That's the type of movie that I watch most of the time. Yeah, I love my favorite is one of, like, this is, take it with a grain of salt. It's not really favorite, but my guilty pleasure. I have a guilty pleasure. And my guilty pleasure often deals with lots of people who have different circumstances. And they are all hurting. All the characters hurt. But when they're together, they make it work. I absolutely love modern life movies like that. And that's what modern life movie, or I call it the modern life genre, where, like, yeah, people have people grieve. Kids don't care about their parents, right? Their parents neglect their kids, and then but you find companionship, right? You can find companionship in many places. And I love the unlikely companionship when dealing with process of grief, friendship, isolation, lack of role models. So on Holdovers, knocked it out of the park. Actually, if you look at Paul Giamatti's like indie career, almost all of the movies he's in are modern life movies, starting with Sideways, way back in the 90s. Win-Win is another one. It's about a father. It's about family life, modern family life, and like adoption and being a surrogate parent. Private Life is dealing with having children in the modern society. Private Life, it's still Paul Giamatti, by the way. Private Life was 2018, and it's about a couple who is trying to conceive a child in this day and age. And they try to do their best, and it almost all of these movies have a similar synopsis without like really demonstrating or being able to tell you what it's like. It's the performances in the movie that makes you feel real, because these movies tend to highlight, in my opinion, how actors can make characters that they don't have. Like, they're not the characters, right? They are acting the characters, and these movies have to be very, very close to portraying believable characters, right? Like, what does a mother that has trouble conceiving, how do you portray that? And I love those things, so I do have a guilty pleasure for that. Petitious, someone I know, got me to watch. These are also coming of age movies are another really common one, and slice of life tends to end up being coming of age movies as well. And I watched let me check here. I watched these were great. The Kings of Summer. The Kings of Summer was pretty fantastic. And then The Way Back. The Way Back. Those were coming of age, but they also coming of age tends to be complementary, very complementary to modern life. They usually end dealing with modern life themes. This sounds like happy people. Random question: why do you think these films speak to you, and how do they end up becoming something that speaks to you? Coming of age is very useful because it helps with creative aspects of looking at speaking to children or speaking to younger people. And then modern life is what I live now. So oftentimes I spend most of my time concerning about human behavior and how they do coping, because that's kind of what I spent most of my life doing. Like, what I mean is, not only did I literally spend a lot of time doing these things, I spent most of my life contributing to teaching, right? Teaching and education. But one of the core things that often get in the way of speaking about objectivity, right, is everything else. So where's your source of motivation? All the things that could come up that's problematic about the person's emotional state and mental state. And those things are tied to hypotheticals and or real events. But I don't go around precipitating or witnessing or being around trauma. And one way to explore that is creatively in films. Films tend to elicit that same thing. The writers, people who write and create art, tends to be projecting a lot of their observations about human behavior and their own stories. So when I play video games and whatnot, I also look for that. Like Clear Obscura, if you want a dark fantasy game dealing with grief, you can play Clear Obscura. That is certainly one way to depict like surrealistic, maybe like mental stuff. It enables me to come up with hypotheticals, so I don't have to go around looking for trouble. I can use art and filmmaking as a way to get closer and connected with people who experience grief and whatnot, and the depiction of grief that I wouldn't wish upon myself. Like, I don't want, personally, in order to be more efficacious in talking to other people and relating and doing communication work and whatnot, I watch these films. It creates the sensitivity that resonates with me. I like watching people's stories. So I do watch documentaries as well. Like, documentaries or dramatizations are based on a famous person. Like, for example, The Electric Life of... What is it? I keep forgetting the person's name. The Electric Life of Louis Wayne. The one that was portrayed by Benedict Cumberbatch. Or like A Beautiful Mind, right? A Beautiful Mind, Imitation Game. All those also still continue to portray someone in some way and reveal life patterns. Are you also into comedy by chance? I'm quite selective to comedy. I watch it because other people find things funny, so probably not so much. Not so much, but it doesn't mean I didn't watch them. Like, for example, the most recent comedy I watched was Stuntman. I think it's just called Stuntman, with Ryan Gosling. And it deals with stunt work. And the reason why I was interested in that, it is a comedy, but also a romance comedy, but it is also related to my interests originally sparked by like Corridor Crews, a reaction with stuntmen. And then I was really into stunt work because back in the day, I used to watch Kung Fu movies, things like Jackie Chan, Donnie Yen, Jet Li and stuff. And it kind of remind me of a modern day westernization of stunt work, behind the scenes stuff. So it was a stunt work movie with stunt work in it. So it was quite lovely. That is most definitely a comedy. So quite lighthearted. If you wanna, as an example, I think it's just called Stuntman. Yeah, 2024. Oh no, wait, just kidding. It's not. The Fall Guy, not Stuntman. The Fall Guy. Sorry. Stuntman is a Japanese thing that I'm thinking of, I think. But honestly, it's kind of related. But The Fall Guy, sorry. The Fall Guy, not Stuntman. The Fall Guy with Ryan Gosling. And that was, what was that? 2023? It was 2023. Fall Guy. No, 2024. Very recent. There's also, like, in terms of comedy, there's situational comedy. I watch a lot of situational comedy stuff. Like Quentin Tarantino is situational comedy. Although there's other drama and whatnot, but there's a lot of situational comedy. Or British situational comedy, like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. That's a very left field one. Or you can have like comedy, like anything with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. Those I've seen those, like Hot Fuzz. At World's End, Shaun of the Dead. Right, and then you have random things with the Coen brothers. Coen brothers also make situational comedy. Inglourious Bastards. Yeah, that's them, right? Yes. A Burn After Reading. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That kind of thing. So that's situational comedy. I don't I don't often go out of my way to look at like slapstick comedy or like in your face comedy, but I have seen some highlighted ones like Super Bad, for example. Anything with Will Ferrell in it, that happens, like The Anchor, right? The Anchor, Talladega Nights. But that's also spawning off of interest of other people, not necessarily my own. I don't go out of my way to look at in-your-face comedy. I do have a soft spot for British comedy though. Situational irony is fantastic. Series of unfortunate events, right? That type of thing is very British. It's kind of one of those. In fact, I actually think Sherlock is a great comedy show, even though it's not specifically tied to comedy. But I just find the chemistry between, or like Bad Omen. Is it Bad Omen or Good Omen? The Netflix published show with the two guys. Man, I don't remember their names. British comedy has great timing and well calculated wording. Yes, very tactful, very clever, like quips, very quippy in the not bombastic in your face. I think westernized, like Americanized comedy has been more about the in your face, crude fourth wall breaks. So like stating obviousness, and that's what I mean by the in your face comedy. Like, hey, gee, man, this is as hard. This hits hard at, like, your insightfulness is as great as a TikTok video or something. Like, it's very internet culture, fourth wall stuff when it comes to American. But British comedy still like continue to stick to their guns on looking at it from the perspective of just being witty. Like witty in the sense of using timeless foundations for observations about life, as opposed to like heavy-handedness in internet culture, which I'm a little biased. It's refreshing. I like refreshing. I don't particularly am the person who, well, that's why I say like modern life is a guilty pleasure. There are very few things that I would want to watch consistently because it's the same, as in it gives me the consistent similar feel. Like I don't go out of my way to watch similar things. I more often am inclined to ask other people's interest, and then I'll watch it. So like the movie you mentioned, Perfect Days, I'm gonna watch that. that's probably something I want to watch. Because it's off the radar. I am a bit of a hipster when it comes to trying to get more exposure. Cross-cultural stuff, instant. I think if there's a cross-cultural stuff, like a different integration or different combination of multicultural writing, that's like Blue Eye Samurai would be a great example. It's an animated series, but Blue Eyed Samurai, you get things like that, and I absolutely love that. I have a guilty pleasure for, or I have a bias, not a guilty pleasure, but I have a bias towards it because I like interfaces of what having multiple cultures breeds. And Clear Obscure is a great example. Clear Obscure is multicultural. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I mean, I would part of why I enjoy language learning is the multicultural aspect, or the potential for multicultural aspect of it. Not from a purist standpoint, where like you're abandoning one culture for another culture, or one culture is better than another culture, that kind of situation. It's more like, how can you find the beauty in representing both? it does come with your classic identity crises and whatnot. Like, oh, but what if two cultures are at odds with each other? Well, your life is long. One's life is not isolated to one point. One can choose to spend some time here and then spend another time there. What were your ideas on comedy? Do you have any particular shining examples of comedy? Like, be greedy. I understand that greed is a vice, but being greedy in wanting to be cultured, I feel like that's okay. Like, try to experience those things. I know it might not be a cup of tea and sometimes it's a hit or miss, but it's what's great about being human. Like, modern life movies are fantastic because it's a great exploration of the mundane from the different lens. Your life is limited by your first-hand experiences, but it doesn't limit you to being greedy to wanting to understand other people's stories, other people's culture, learning other people's languages. That's what I spend most of my free time doing. So when I go back to your random question that you asked, like, what does it resonate with me? It's just because it's people's stories. Like, I want to know and get to connect with other people. And one of the greatest mediums of expression is through art. And art can come in the form of many ways, and one of them is telling a story. Perhaps one day I will also write a few stories of my own. I tell the stories, on and off. Whenever someone brings me a question, I tend to try to infuse some of the stories that I'm neither going to confirm nor deny that I've been writing for a while, but sometime down the line when I'm old and unable to speak at length and whatnot, I would say I wouldn't be surprised if I decide to release some of that stuff. I always wanted to tell a wonderful story. Most of the time, though, I practice talking and communicating the stories, not necessarily publishing or anything like that. You usually see a balance in introspectiveness between modern life films and comedy. I see. A lot of comedians I notice have a high IQ in people's mentalities and are very invested in storytelling. Yes. Comedy is one of the coincidentally, right? These are coincidences, so I'm not suggesting that they're causal, but they are very strongly coincidental and correlates. Oftentimes when you think about high intelligent quotients, I'm not entirely sure if people will find that agree, but more so like mentalities, like empathy, highly sensitive empathy, or like charisma, often comes from having a lifetime of high fluctuation in emotional experiences, and then that flows into storytelling, right? The storytelling is imbued with that emotional, because that emotional state stays with the person. So when you don't have a maybe like adversarial or like adverse, adversity in your life and whatnot, those moments and whatnot are constantly echoing, they constantly replay, and that memory stays fresh. So when they're expressing and viewing their art form, which comedy is one of them, it's kept with them. They are living and utilizing that emotions. When you do not have, when you're very consistent, like a person that's incredibly consistent or muted, typically recency is what is most vivid in the moment. So when you're talking about the past, it can be muted because those emotions do not echo anymore. I call it echoing because when you have trauma or visceral observations, they tend to echo in your life. And then when you echo them, they become more and more vibrant and they tend to bleed into people's mentalities. So with those events, you are more and more likely to keep it to heart. As in, if you haven't experienced being wrong in a very emotional way, then over time, you no longer perceive that very well, right? You no longer look for it. And that's why there's a huge correlation between those who are incredibly emotionally cognizant and people who are very expressive in art, like when they pick up an art form. As a full disclosure, am I very emotionally distraught all the time? Yes and no. I am. I don't think I would consider myself someone who would express through comedy, but I express myself through being involved in other people's business. I'm all up in people's business. So the thing is, I try to do it discreetly because social media and stuff makes it very rapidly accessible to be all up in people's business while not interfering with them. So people watching. But that idea often comes from, how can I utilize other people's experiences in order to leverage my own stability? Every night I go through a routine that keeps me stable in my mania. I have many thoughts about people's lives and whatnot. Like when we have a conversation tonight, like this conversation we're having, it's not like I'm going to stop thinking about it and thinking about how I could improve or be more relatable in this situation. Conversationalism is reliant on people's mentalities. Like being able to keep the conversation going relies on a lot of consistent, constant managing of these emotional echoes. But most people don't want that, right? It is very taxing. It can be very exhausting, and it can be mentally draining. And one of the coincidences most of the time is artists, incredible like comedians, right? Comedians, empathetic individuals, people with high empathy tend to be people who are also managing a lot. And you often hear very, very unsurprising, in my opinion, should be unsurprising backstories about how they're managing very, very not ideal lives, right? Not ideal lives. So finding when you go to these people, when you read their stories, like their comedy, you read their books, you watch their movies and whatnot, those are expressions of things that they allow themselves to be stable, or they often find really wonderful ways to be excited about the mundane, or be excited about observing things that otherwise would be pretty mundane to someone who's incredibly emotionally stable, right? Like, how do I make learning Japanese exciting or fun? I think about it every day because I think it's really exciting and fun every day. So I spend most of my time trying to demonstrate that, trying to express it, trying to, by exposure, if someone knows me, they would get, my goal is to communicate or express why I like learning Japanese or Chinese or Spanish, or why I like playing Neverwinter despite making like a lot of negative comments. The idea is these are all part of balancing your emotional states and then connecting with other people in that process. in my opinion. So I really love the arts now for what it didn't do for me when I was younger. When I was younger, 18 years old, it's before I left the nest, Chinese decorum. I lived under a Chinese household, and that's you. If you have an emotional state, tuck it in, you bury it, never let it out, right? It's stoicism. But now, the nice thing about balancing the two is you can be appropriately stoic when required. I feel that I do present very mature topics oftentimes, but not necessarily in a way that would alarm people, like make people defensive or indirect. It still happens, obviously. It certainly still happens. However, the idea is through the appreciation for other people, especially comedy in a way. I do enjoy quite a bit of brand of comedy, like stand-up. I mean, like now we're talking about stand-up as opposed to film. Like a great one would be what's his name? Ben Carr? Is it Ben Carr? No, it's not Ben Carr. Something Carr. Jim Carr? No, not Jim Carrey. I'm not talking about Jim Carrey. What's his name? Is it Carr? The British dude, yes. What is his first name? Oh, no. But, oh no, that too. That too. The felt guy. Yes, Jimmy Carr and the felt guy, the puppet guy too. I forgot his name. Like those type of things, that's fantastic. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And right now, Procol, he's British. Procol, I usually hang out with. Every weekend he like would come in and say hi and whatnot. He turned me on to a show called QI, and it features Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie in the first episode. So there's a great example of comedy. And Gecko, he's Belgium, and he suggested a British show. He's also into British comedy shows. So I was watching Taskmaster. So now I'm kind of like watching an episode of Taskmasters and then throwing in an episode of QI. And then I'm also catching up with the new season of Clarkson Farms. So those are all comedy related things, and they all happen to be British comedy. Largely because the people around me, the people that I hang out with on a daily basis, or maybe like the day-to-day, I take up what they are interested in. I think it allows me to have conversations with them. Not that you need to do this, but that's how I build on mentality and investing in other people's stories. I have a lot to say, but not intrusively. I can stop saying things if I choose so. But nowadays, I think younger people, like those who are in their 20s, enjoy having someone who continues to share things with them, while not needing to prompt them to share, because I do feel like there's a lack of that as a social norm nowadays. Like I can continue to name drop and find films or movies or things, and at some point, hopefully, with that sharing, there's something there that the other person is willing to start expressing. So over the years, I've been associated with 5 or 6 people over the years, and I think over time, in my opinion, they are maybe noticeably more expressive. And I do feel the internet sometimes diminishes this quite a bit. Like always being fed something that you want to see can really create a cage. And exploring movies that tries to break cage like the mundane and finding the beauty in the mundane, which is fantastic. I love the whole sentiment. Modern life movies do aim at creating appreciation for the mundane, and in that way it also challenges others to kind of consider your life might be average, but it's not average to someone else, at least in my opinion. So I make myself available all the time. I mean, I stream things for that very nature, right? I'm doing something relatively mundane right now, but that doesn't prevent me from trying to reach someone, getting someone to express their interest, and then maybe I can be a little bit part of that interest. Yeah, well, I'll have to tell you what I think about Perfect Days. Here's one that is a little bit grievance. Have you seen Farewell? Farewell is, I think it's just called Farewell in translate. It's a recent movie, and it has Aquafina as one of the 2019. The director is, it's a Lulu Wang, but Lulu Wang Wang would not be helpful. I think this is the first time. It might be first. Oh, no, it's not first time. Fifth time. She's not that proliferative, and I haven't seen any of her other films. Oh, it's her second time feature film, by the way. I haven't seen Posthumous. Like After Death. This is her breakout, I guess. 2019. She's only made 2, but she did work on lots of short films, which I haven't seen any of those as well. But for this film, huge accolades. So it's called Farewell, and it's a Asian American. It's somewhat of an Asian American portrayal, and she's I think she's Chinese native or Chinese transplant. Yeah, so she's a Chinese American, like she's nationalized in the United States. But yeah, quite a classical 1.5 Gen 2, 1.5 to Gen 2 things, and it represents a lot. Sounds like it's something like, oh, well, I'll give you a pitch. It's about what happens, what do you do when you know someone's gonna die? It's a modern life thing, so we're not talking about reincarnation and stuff. So we're not talking about anime things. It's what do you do as a family? What do you do as an extended family when you know someone's gonna die in the family? And it's the most like a thing that regularly comes up when you become older of age, and it is a Eastern and Western conflict. And as an like Asian Americans, especially Chinese American, I actually literally had this conversation with my parents, because there is a conflict of interest. There's an indirect conflict of interest between Western society and Eastern society about the privilege of knowing and the burden of knowing such things. So that movie, it's not meant to destroy you, but it's like happy, but it's so bittersweet. Like you're smiling and possibly crying at the same time, and that's modern life. Yep. Farewell. And I think it's semi-autobiographical. I can't imagine that Lulu Wang, the director and writer of it, did not engage in this. So it's one of those movies, like, you can even feel closer to the writer and the director. And yeah, you're definitely checking that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching Perfect Days. That sounds right down my alley. You know what really makes me sad? Here's one from left field when it's talking about modern life, but at the intersection of like a famous person or something. Miyazaki's last documentary. And what I mean by last documentary, I mean the most recent documentary. Like Miyazaki's, and we're talking about Hayao Miyazaki. I forgot what it's called. What is it? The one that I'm referring to is The Kingdom of Dreams and Madness. Man, did that make me a little sad. Like, oh, it's been over 10 years since this semi-documentary, like it's a documentary, it's a Japanese documentary. Is that old? It's 2013. So, this is the time when Miyazaki didn't announce his final film yet. Like, he didn't announce that he was coming out of retirement to make one final film, which ends up being The Boy and the Heron, right? But it's about, like, it's a slice of life. It's a slice of life documentary. It's about Miyazaki's legacy and what he does at Ghibli studio. So, or for Ghibli and stuff, and there's a chance you might have seen some clips from it. Online you can see a bunch of clips that show, like, oh yeah, like it like so heartwarming when you see, like, them working in Ghibli studio, and then Miyazaki's like, oh yeah, he's gonna go make food for the staff, and you just see him like in the kitchen throwing ramen packs into the, and then people like it might as well be a slice of life thing. It's like Shirobako, the anime. Yeah, it's so adorable. So you've probably seen like clips of Miyazaki interacting with his coworkers and stuff, and that kind of stuff is that used to be the standard for like vlogging, you know, like vlogging style things. But since the dawn of the new age stuff, nowadays what do people do? They record themselves playing pranks on random strangers. That's life now, right? Like people doing goofy things for clout. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad or good, it's different. And back in the day, it's not that long ago, it's like over a decade ago, slightly within decades ago, there are individuals who you see their lives and it's like being there temporarily, just momentarily, vicariously. And there are vloggers and other particular individuals, but they're not the highest saturation. They're not the most apparent people. Like when you say, hey, you know, come along. It is a growing trend, by the way. Like in Japanese, especially Japanese, Korean, and Chinese filmmaking. And this might be a coincidence or it might be a cultural thing, but it's kind of one of those things. Hey, here's my daily life as an office worker. And I do see some of those, like, where they get a time to film, like, okay, here's me, 4-hour work schedule. Here's a little slice of life of all the things that I do within that 4 hours. I take a lunch break, right? And then that stuff is really neat to me. Like, I quite enjoy it. It's not necessarily like new, as in, oh, no one has ever done it. The idea is it balances out what the internet kind of unintentionally does for a lot of people's lives, especially kids, younger kids, where they feel like they have to be doing flips every single day of their lives, or they need to be pushing out 100 kanji every 10 days in order to like reach some sort of satisfaction, right? As opposed to, hey, I call up this kid, is like, do you want to just go grab a sandwich, like, and then be happy and excited about it. Oh, sorry, there's thunder out. It's kind of raining. So if I go out, if I just suddenly cut out, it's because the storm took me out. But that's besides the point. I think that's why I would encourage other people to also watch modern life films or coming of age films. I think those things ground a little bit, despite them being works of fiction or maybe semi-autobiographical and featuring fictional characters. It's a great way to balance the perspective. And I kind of feel you when you describe your schedule. Like when I asked you like what you were doing, like way early on, right? When I asked you like, oh, what are you doing for your study thing? It's great that you were able to describe your routine. And it's no surprise to me that we're both talking about like modern life stuff and coming of age and looking at different having a breadth of conversational interest. When I talk, this is not very typical. I'm gonna tell you for sure, this is more of a trust me situation, but over the 6 years, I would say 80 to 90% of conversations revolve around the aspect of they're not, either the person is giving me the impression that they're not good enough, so they do all of their ability to impress me, which I understand why people need to sound impressive to anyone in general on the online. But at the same time, every time I ask the person, so what do you do? Like, what are your motivations and whatnot? And from time to time, you get people who can detail their lives in a way to express, but I would say over 50% of the time, it's like pulling teeth. And what I mean by pulling teeth is in a more disappointing way. Like I want it would be lovely to like have a normalized behavior in which people are interested in their own lives. But a lot of times I'm not sure if it's out of modesty anymore. There was a time, in my opinion, maybe 15 or 20 years ago when people meet up, they're saying, oh, it's all right to be modest. But now I actually think when people say, oh yeah, you know, same old, it's the boring grind, I actually think they mean it. Like over 50% of the people that I've met, I think they actually mean it. And from myself, when I say it's all right, I'm actually waiting for an opportunity so that it doesn't sound like I'm simply talking. So I often ask a question, see how much conversational is that other person. If they offer lots of details, then I go hard. I double down. If you're gonna list like 3 or 4 movies that illustrate your thing, I am going to double down and add even more fuel to that fire. It's coffee table talk. You should be filled with things you want to share. I think healthy and incredibly excited people who like really care about their lives and then affect other lives charismatically, right? Mentally. They are excited, and they are also excited to hear other people being excited. It's a very bit of a doom gloom when someone says hi and then you say, how are you? Like, what are you up to? It's like, oh, you know, the usual. I'm like, okay. I could start, like, I'll share with you something, and then largely become non-responsive. Right? Oh, you know, the usual. And I'm like, what do you mean the usual? Fictitious. You think for a while you got very self-conscious on oversharing, but as you got older, you got to realize it's better to say more as long as you mean it. Yes. And that's, in my opinion, maturity. And not maturity in a good or bad way, but maturity in terms of age. Like, oftentimes I give the benefit of the doubt. Like, I would offer something. I was like, hey, here, let me give you an example of my day. I started running. I got up in the day. I ran. I usually wake up about 2 p.m. because my sleep schedule is kind of shifted. So I try to detail a little bit about my share in order for someone to provide commentary. So I engage in adding a bit of detail here and there that sounds like it's nitpicky, because I think that resonates a lot better with people this day and age. So the moment I can get them to say something is the moment that I double down on that detail and then bring it back. So I'm referring to all the things that we've already shared today because it should be interesting. I hope it should be interesting. And I think older individuals are more likely to be, not that it's guaranteed, but they are more likely to be able to at the same time not care about their self-consciousness, but at the same time offer an ice break. They can lead conversations, and leading conversations allow those who may not be so experienced, and I often think it's younger people, to feel like not too over self-conscious. Like that's probably one of the big things. Like, it took me so long to get someone to be happy for what they did in their day, than constantly telling me all the things they have to do that they haven't done yet and possibly can't achieve. I'm like, you gotta live in the moment a little bit. Just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. Try a little bit. Interesting talk today. You do think it's rare to go in depth on both sides? I feel like nowadays a lot of people go used to the quick conversation, yes, and are looking to get to the point fast, yeah. And rarely do they enjoy the journey or the nuances of the conversation. And sometimes they get to the point so fast, they only initiate conversation for that reason. So they're initiating conversation without the idea of wanting to let the conversation flow somewhere. They're usually having the conversation to look for a particular response and outcome. And when that response doesn't happen, they are disinterested. And if you give them a response that they do want, they're done with it. And that's the only thing they want to look for. That's the only thing they want to hear a lot of times. So it's kind of like when someone asks, hey, what is your opinion on the state of Neverwinter, the game I'm playing right now? And when I start, I do this routine nowadays. First, I give them the TLDR, right? You start with what they're looking for. It's like, Neverwinter, same old, same old. It has that declining recession that happens because the developer does not innovate. It's a receding game, and it's an MMO, etc., right? The stuff that is very straight to the point. And then I would give them a peace offering, and I would say, but a slightly longer answer, now with a little bit of nuance from my opinions. And then try to bring them into the conversation. So even my reviews and my introductions for different projects and games start in this structure now. You start with the summary, the facts, so they're non-negotiable, they're just facts. Like Neverwinter's game, the Neverwinter population is receding, period. There's no like emotion, you're looking for the quick point. And then I share and infuse some of my points and my anecdotes. That gives vulnerability to me. So then I offer them, what is your take on it? How do you feel about what I said just now and my opinions? Like, what is your experience with it? Sometimes people just leap to the end, which is great. Like someone would share their feelings on something and I would try to double down on that. That's so far like the current most consistent routine that I have with someone. And then we end up talking for 3 to 4 hours. Whoever ends up sitting, it will end up being like 3 to 4 hours over time. at least 2 additional hours. And here we are. This is the process happening. And that's what I do. Day in, day out. I wait and I do the same thing tomorrow, then the day after, then the day after that, while doing my thing. So it's not like I'm swimming in interaction. But whoever, I call this the happy dollars. Procall and the others have gotten used to my analogy to happy dollars. I start streaming and I've already deposited the happy dollars. So whoever comes across me, you get all the money figurative happy dollars up front, and then that's it. So I invest every single day. You do think people are also afraid to take the next step in that deeper level, or maybe it's just a lost art and people don't know how to anymore? I think you have two very valid points that are concurrently happening at the same time. All of the above. And then some more. Yeah, and then some more. But those are very two strong observations that I think are concurrently happening at the same time. So, or happening for sure. And I typically try to address most of them. Or I try to... I think awareness goes a long way. But why not, if you have the time, to offer the start, right? If someone has no problems talking to one person, I think that's a great way to start the first step, the first process. There is this really interesting trend, or like talking about behavioral response of the current generation that I've highlighted in not so way like a pity party kind of situation, but more the observation of the current observation. And one of the current observation is that those who are in their 20s right now, I'm not sure what you identify as, but in terms of people who grew up in the 2000s, like post 2000s and whatnot, the idea of companionship and loneliness, like having deeper conversations, elements of having depth in relations, has declined and deteriorated quite dramatically. And it's not a bad thing yet. Like, what I mean is, I don't necessarily believe that people think is a bad thing, as in the ones that are experiencing these things, but it's often leading to the idea of loneliness. And not loneliness in being literally not around people. I actually think the internet ushers in an incredibly unprecedented time in human history to be able to so conveniently connect with people. But loneliness in the sense of the skills and social skills related to creating connections have deteriorated, and not intentionally, probably at the unforeseen consequence of heavy reliance on middlemen that are automated, not human, of human nature, right? So you don't have to talk to anyone if you don't want to. In fact, sometimes this sounds really wild now, but I'm almost certain this is going to become far more the social norm. There are probably people now are considering the idea that they put an an LLM in between them and the person they have to talk to. So for example, actually, by coincidence, there was an example yesterday when someone was doing it professionally. So in order to talk to someone well, an LLM can facilitate that. So in some ways, at some point, when you're trying to have a conversation with someone, it might actually be filtered and mediated by a middleman. But that middleman is no longer human. It is statistically bound by filtering all of your humanity out of your response. So nowadays, when I ever think about interacting with LLMs, when people talk about how they interact with LLMs, I often emphasize you can use LLMs in a way to construct and inspire ideas, but in the long run, I think it would be fantastic if you convert that into something that you have infused of yourself. So I've already seen examples where people would say, well, I don't know how to say this, or I don't know how to respond to this. So instead, I just ask ChatGPT to say it and then send it. You know, there are times when you hear like cue the potential dystopia in the future idea where someone would, in order for them to engage in social interactions, they use a surrogate to replace themselves, and that allows them to do so. Now, that is a great step. It's a great proactive step to getting out of your shell and practicing communication in baby steps. However, it stops there. Like, what I mean is, the convenience of technology has made it so incredibly convenient that development of conversations stop, like, immediately. Like, there's no incentive anymore, or there's no visible or conceptual incentive on understanding how to have deeper conversations until it becomes a problem. And what I mean by a problem is until it becomes a desirable thing. And one of the things that I enter a conversation about quite a lot when someone is starting to approach their 30s now, since I'm getting old and I'm starting to approach my 40s, is the idea that they feel lonely. And not lonely in the sense that they don't have anyone to hang out with. They often feel lonely because people don't understand them, or they feel like their friends are completely disjointed from them because the social norm is that you don't express interest in that way because you don't need to anymore. You can have a machine do it for you. How do you know how to play with a friend who isn't at your skill level? You don't. You simply don't. You let a machine determine it. Yeah. Oh, it's a Perfect Days too? Yeah. I mean, the themes run really deep in most of these movies. So all the other movies that I mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised. You think pacing in life is a big thing? I see. Yeah. But you in terms of comparing other people, yeah, you know what I mean though. It's not like designed. I think it's unintentional. It was an unintentional consequence of modern technology. Now that these decisions are removed, you don't see the consequences or the desire of them until they are desirable. So, like, for example, when someone says, none of my friends, all my friends always like bail on me and they never pay attention to me, right? That kind of thing. Or I don't have any friends, or I don't have any friends that understand me, or I got into an argument with my friend and it turns out that we didn't end up liking the same thing. To me, it's not because those people are like inherently trying to be antisocial, or maybe they're introverted, or in my opinion, with grain of salt, they have attention span problems or whatnot. I actually think it's the reliant on technology that de-incentivizes skills that at the moment, in the moment, it doesn't have any importance. As in, there's no pragmatic thing in investing in talking with other people, or finding opportunities to just hang out and talk without playing a video game, or talk without something facilitating the connection. Because in my opinion, when that connection disappears, companionship disappears too. Like, this is the difference in mindset. For example, when I see someone say, hey, do you want to play this game with me? I see it as an opportunity to grow a friendship out of that opportunity. Nowadays, if I had to voice what it's like vicariously, this is my observation of young adults in their 20s, when they say, if you want to play a video game with me, that is the only task that they're referring to when they build the friendship, like when they have the friendship. So the friendship is within the context of that task. It's not an opportunity to develop more skills that involve building a friendship out of it. It's rarely that task to do so. Like, for example, even in professional relationships, as in you go to a job and you see the coworkers like, the coworkers doing their own thing, like they look like they're having crummy time, but I'm not going to touch that, like, because it's not my job to do that. Like, there's nothing in it for me. But my first thought is, well, there's a lot of skills to be developed when you think of people as investments. But if they don't get you ahead in the job, then that's actually deviating time away from being, good at your job. And that skill no longer has a pragmatic use. In fact, most of the time, when I mention how important, or like when I mention the potential incentives for being able to communicate, right? Being able to communicate, it often comes off as, I'll deal with it later. It's like, nah, that's not important. Like, I don't see how being emotionally intelligent. I literally had like a troll come in yesterday and say emotional intelligence doesn't exist. I'm not talking about it's not a personality quirk. Emotional intelligence is not like your intelligence. It's understanding. It's a skill. Emotional intelligence is you're collecting intelligence to be emotional. Like, when you collect experience, it makes you emotionally intelligent. If you can't relate to someone who has lost a grandfather, you can go and read and engage and listen to people who have lost their grandfather recently. That is gaining emotional intelligence, and it may be able to practice emotional intelligence. But when someone says video games are boring, when I was talking about video games, and immediately I say, well, that sounds like maybe emotional intelligence might be interesting to you. And they say emotional intelligence doesn't exist. That's exactly what I mean by someone who lacks emotional intelligence. But that also doesn't mean that they were being malicious. I think they were trying to be funny. That's probably the unfortunate part. I think they might want to be a contrarian because that person didn't hurt my feelings, because I know that that's the social norm. That is the social norm of how people interact when they talk about things they like. They either dodge it, divert it, or avoid it entirely by counter arguing with no form of themselves. Like, I actually literally asked them, and there's no response. They already left by then. I asked them, oh, so what do you find not boring? Right? That's my first response. When you think video game is boring, then what don't you find that is not boring? I can learn about it. But instead, that's all that person decided to do. That's how that person decided to use their time. All right. You agree? Friendship are more isolated nowadays and seem more categorized. Yeah, not sure exactly how society cut that way, but you're afraid that it's only going to go more in that direction. You're enjoying this talk. Unfortunately, you have to go pick up your friend. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, it sounds like I forgot that you live like in a different. You're practically getting up. Like, it's your day. So I'm about to head out. I just wanted to take this opportunity. I was gonna head out sooner, but you stopped by, so it's always worth the chat, right? It's always worth the investment. I'll let you go. Thanks for hanging out. I enjoyed it. It gives me an opportunity to fill this space. Neverwinter is my like vibe thing, so if you ever find me playing Neverwinter, I'm always open for all the chats. Yeah, good luck. Safe travels, by the way. Safe travels, and I hope you and your friends go out and eat a great dinner or something. Yeah, I'll definitely check out that. I'll check out Perfect Days. I think that sounds amazing. Definitely go and chill with your friends. Good luck. Good luck. It was a wonderful chat. Thanks for hanging out. Take care. Take care. All right. 65. Where are we? We're at. Yeah, we gotta do this stuff. We're almost done here. and then we're gonna head out. Perfect Days. It looks like it got never heard of this, but it looks good. I wonder how much Japanese is in. What a way. Had a great conversation, shared some stuff, and got a movie out of it as well. I'm basically farming people at this point. I'm kidding. We have patrol, wraiths, keys. So we can go to wraiths, grab a patrol there. I gotta close up today. Sorry, I got really into the conversation. There's just so much wonderful opportunities to double down when someone mentions movies and comedy and stuff. One patrol. Oh no, then we're going race, right? Oh boy. Not what I meant. The heck? I think dropping down off the cliffside definitely makes your character do the whole path like artificially. So it like aggroes everything. Like there's no path break. So if you're dropping down here, it's as though your body is going straight down the path very quickly. So it aggroes everything along the slope. Probably what they... There is a break somewhere. I didn't mean to go down like straight like that. Actually, what is this? This is 1, 2, 15. No, let's just do this. Alright. Chit chat. We'll probably try to do a little bit of that every week. For the remainder of weeks, right? We got today's week 6, so we still got week 7, 8, 9, and 10. I prepared a couple stories in my back pocket, in case I get an opportunity to break them out. I come with stories. What was this? Can't go too late, otherwise I won't have enough time to watch the movie. Probably one of the downsides, or one of the trade-offs. You gotta make time. So I'm not sure if this is intentional. Where you can pull this switch, then you have to do the maze again. Interesting. It's kind of a nice touch. Still very long. A nice touch. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Yep. I keep forgetting to turn left. Hit the 5. Give me this. All right. I'll walk all the way back. Ah. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's 15, right? 15. We need another 5. We're gonna take out a patrol while we get back to Prince. Let's make a left here. The patrol is probably just standing there. Yep. Are you serious? Look at this. Look at this. How is that immune? I was like behind the person. I really dislike those types of 180 things. I think most of the 180 things are not synchronized properly. I knew that was gonna happen. Like there was a 50-50 chance that was gonna happen. Usually you wait until the image is up. It's the same as any cone effect, cone attacks and whatnot. Fangbreaker's first boss is classic example. I'm being dramatic. It's not like it's unexpected. Alright, and then we're 10 short, right? I did the maths. Okay. Alright. There we have it. Amazing. Alright, folks. That's a wrap. You know what? What would make a great... Let's go to a location. Where can we go for... Trying to think of a place that would look great. That's kind of awkward. No, that's maybe like here. Yeah. What was it? Was it Alt? Was it Control? Was it shift? Oh, was it tab? That's not it. I swear there was a button. That's not it. Oh, there it is. Ooh, that really zooms in, doesn't it? Okay. Hey. Get out of here, Dweller. Yeah. Maybe a little further back. No, this is pretty good. Alright, folks. There you have it. Hung out. That's a wrap for week 6? As one might expect. It is business as usual. This time it's a 5, right? 5. So far this module has been averaging, we're gonna say like somewhere below 5. It's less than 5. This is a below average module overall. But no surprises after week 5 for myself, but typically it's week 4 for most people. No additional things. It's maybe some sort of tier lock. Maybe tier the milestone was to unlock accessibility to certain equipment. That can happen. Maybe a gear set. I don't know what happened. You get a reward. The next milestone's in 2 weeks. Probably the same deal. It opens up the bottom right hand part of the journal to give you more currency. It's pretty average. 5 out of 10. No surprises. So much like most of these other weeks, I will pretty much take the opportunity as much as I can to sprinkle in some conversations, talk about gaming if appropriate. Otherwise, we'll be talking about like language learning and other things. Typically life stuff. When you play a live service game, honestly, in my opinion, when I log in to play a live service game, if I have someone else who loves to play live service games with me, like maybe Hearthstone or something, you usually try to have deeper conversations while also playing the game, because like most live service games, you've probably done it for quite some time now, and while it's fantastic to focus on the game, I typically use these opportunities to catch up with people, whichever they might be. So if you're gonna watch this later, thank you. But again, always free to always welcome to come on by, grab some hot takes or ask some questions, maybe something like that, in order to proliferate the live service experience. I personally think that live service games have, despite the business practices and whatnot, I think a healthy environment and relationship with live service games is using it as like an opportunity to chat. It's like going out for a piece of, going out for coffee, going out for Saturday brunch or something. Instead, I feel like live service is the modern take on that. However, like I said earlier, with to allude back to the friendships are becoming more isolated nowadays, I think at the moment, automation in live service models and whatnot, they aren't necessarily making a strong incentive to have to communicate with other people or exchange in this way. And I just wanted to illustrate the point that it takes time for these things to happen. But I don't think it's intentional or malicious or anything. I think it's people getting used to a certain type of interaction, and then you kind of see the trade-offs of that interaction. One very noticeable trade-off, and I'm pretty sure Cryptic is no exception in noticing that once they have implemented auto matching, auto queuing and stuff, there are people on Neverwinter that actually uses LFG and communication still, but for the most part, modern live service games have diminished the need to communicate with each other. And then the constant use of introducing metrics, which Neverwinter still has a very rudimentary, archaic way of using metrics, and people bicker about metrics all the time, like, oh, does this reflect contribution or not? In my opinion, it removes the need for communication. You don't necessarily need to do anything if a number tells you you're better than another person, or if a number says you're doing more than another person, right? Then it comes down to understanding how statistics work and how data works and how metrics adequately or appropriately be used for actionable decision making. And honestly, if I had to be really, really direct about this, without a professional background in handling big data or using or participating in a field that actually leverages statistics and large data or data analyses, oftentimes the lack of communication and incentive in these games come out very obviously in emotional cherry picking of data in order to forward their case. And it exacerbates or illustrates the point of what I'm making, or what it maybe not Tom and I kind of touched on when it comes to friendship is isolated and seems far more categorized. And that categorization creates reductive nature, but it also circumvents and expedites answers and questions. How do you get a quick answer to how good you are? Give them an item level. How do you not have to ask someone what their experience are? Inspect their gear. That's kind of how the world has come to normalize that behavior. Meanwhile, I would fail or I would attempt something so many times, anytime, for a good story. Or maybe something that goes beyond the value of the game objective, right? But that is fairly rare these days. So feel free, stop on by, right? Have a conversation. You can counter argue all you can counter to your heart's delight. Tell me that I'm talking too much about that I'm way off beat, that the internet culture and gaming and convenience of stuff has furthered deeper relationships and haven't eroded communications and whatnot. I would love to hear compelling arguments, right? And over, I don't know, some live service or a drink or something. Figuratively, obviously. Anyone who's watching could be having a coffee drink. You don't have to literally play Neverwinter. But it'd be interesting if you do. I think about these things when I play live service games. It gives me a time to reflect. Keep my hands and eyes busy while my brain is focusing on something else. So, there you have it. So until next week, I'll be back next Monday, reset day, for another 3 times before we give Neverwinter, give doing this for another 3 or 4 months until the next module, or maybe when they announce that Neverwinter is closing down, whichever it may happen, right? Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, happy gaming, enjoy the appreciate life, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.